Natal, by Alta de Souza. Read in Portuguese. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Natal. As Moças da Serra. É meia-noite. O sino alviçareiro, lá da igrejinha branca pendurado, como num sonho místico e fagueiro, vem relembrar o tempo do passado. Ó velho sino, ó bronze abençoado, na alegria e na mágoa companheiro, tu me recordas o sorrir primeiro de menino Jesus imaculado. E enquanto escuto a tua voz dolente, meu ser que geme dolorosamente da desventura aos gélidos açoites, bebe em teus sons tanta alegria, tanta, sino que lembras uma noite santa, noite bendita mais que as outras noites. End of Natal, by Alta de Souza. O Suave Milagre, by Essa de Queiroz. Read in Portuguese. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. O Suave Milagre. Nesse tempo, Jesus ainda se não afastara da Galiléia e das doces, luminosas margens do lago de Tiberíade. Mas a nova dos seus milagres penetrara já até Enganim, cidade rica, de muralhas fortes, entre olivais e vinhedos, no país de Issacar. Uma tarde, um homem de olhos ardentes e deslumbrados passou no fresco vale e anunciou que um novo profeta, um rabi formoso, percorria os campos e as aldeias da Galiléia, predizendo a chegada do reino de Deus, curando todos os males humanos. E enquanto descansava, sentado à beira da fonte dos vergéis, contou ainda que esse rabi, na estrada de Magdala, sarara da lepra o servo de um decurião romano, só com estender sobre ele a sombra das suas mãos, e que noutra manhã, atravessando numa barca para a terra dos Gerasenos, onde começava a colheita do bálsamo, ressuscitara a filha de Jairo, homem considerável e douto, que comentava os livros na sinagoga. E como em redor, assombrados, ceareiros, pastores e as mulheres trigueiras com a bilha no ombro, lhe perguntassem se esse era, em verdade, o Messias da Judéia, e se diante dele refulgia a espada de fogo, e se o ladeavam, caminhando como as sombras de duas torres, as sombras de Gog e de Magog. O homem, sem mesmo beber daquela água tão fria de que bebera Josué, apanhou o cajado, sacudiu os cabelos e meteu pensivamente por sob o aqueduto, logo sumido na espessura das amendoeiras em flor. Mas uma esperança, deliciosa como o orvalho nos meses em que canta a cigarra, refrescou as almas simples. Logo, por toda a campina que verdeja até Ascalon, o arado pareceu mais brando de enterrar, mais leve de mover a pedra do lagar. As crianças, colhendo ramos de anêmonas, espreitavam pelos caminhos, se além da esquina do muro ou de sob o sicômoro não surgiria uma claridade, e nos bancos de pedra às portas da cidade, os velhos, correndo os dedos pelos fios das barbas, já não desenrolavam, com tão sapiente certeza, os ditames antigos. Ora, então vivia em Enganim um velho, por nome Obed, de uma família pontifical de Samaria, que sacrificara nas aras do Monte Ebal, senhor de fartos rebanhos e de fartas vinhas, e com o coração tão cheio de orgulho como o seu celeiro de trigo. Mas um vento árido e abrasado, esse vento de desolação que ao mando do Senhor sopra das torvas terras de Assur, matara as reses mais gordas das suas manadas, e pelas encostas onde as suas vinhas se enroscavam ao olmo e se estiravam na latada airosa, só deixara, em torno dos olmos e pilares despidos, sarmentos de cepas mirradas e a parra ruída de crespa ferrugem. E Obed, agachado à soleira da sua porta, com a ponta do manto sobre a face, palpava a poeira, lamentava a velhice, ruminava queixumes contra Deus cruel. Apenas ouvira, porém, desse novo rabi da Galiléia, que alimentava as multidões, amedrontava os demônios, emendava todas as desventuras, Obed, homem lido, que viajara na Fenícia, logo pensou que Jesus seria um desses feiticeiros tão costumados na Palestina, como Apolônio, ou Rabi ben Dossa, ou Simão o Sutil. Esses, mesmo nas noites tenebrosas, conversam com as estrelas, para eles, sempre claras e fáceis nos seus segredos. Com uma vara afugentam de sobre as searas os moscardos gerados nos lodos do Egito e agarram entre os dedos as sombras das árvores, que conduzem, como toldos benéficos, para cima das eiras, à hora da sesta. Jesus da Galiléia, mais novo, com magias mais viçosas de certo, se ele largamente o pagasse, sustaria a mortandade dos seus gados, reverdeceria os seus vinhedos. Então, Obed ordenou aos seus servos que partissem, procurassem por toda a Galiléia o rabi novo e, com promessa de dinheiros ou alfaias, o trouxessem a Enganim, no país de Issacar. Os servos apertaram os cinturões de couro e largaram pela estrada das caravanas, que, costeando o lago, se estende até Damasco. Uma tarde, avistaram sobre o poente, vermelho como uma romã muito madura, as neves finas do Monte Hermon. Depois, na frescura de uma manhã macia, o lago de Tiberíade resplandeceu diante deles, transparente, coberto de silêncio, mais azul que o céu, todo orlado de prados floridos, de densos vergéis, de rochas de pórfiro e de alvos terraços por entre os palmares, sob o vôo das rolas. Um pescador, que desamarrava preguiçosamente a sua barca de uma ponta de relva assombreada de aloendros, escutou, sorrindo, os servos. O rabi de Nazaré? Oh, desde o mês de Jar, o rabi descera, com os seus discípulos, para os lados para onde o Jordão leva as águas. Os servos, correndo, seguiram pelas margens do rio até adiante do val, onde ele se estira num largo remanso e descansa, e um instante dorme, imóvel e verde, à sombra dos tamarindos. Um homem da tribo dos essênios, todo vestido de linho branco, apanhava lentamente ervas salutares na beira da água, com um cordeirinho branco ao colo. Os servos humildemente saudaram-no, porque o povo ama aqueles homens de coração tão limpo e claro e cândido como as suas vestes, cada manhã levadas em tanques purificados. E sabia ele da passagem do novo rabi da Galiléia, que, como os essênios, ensinava a doçura e curava as gentes e os gados? O essênio murmurou que o rabi atravessara o oásis de Engade, depois se adiantara para além. Mas onde além? Movendo um ramo de flores roxas que colhera, o essênio mostrou as terras de além Jordão, a planície de Moabe. Os servos vadearam o rio, e debalde procuravam Jesus, arquejando pelos rudes trilhos até as fragas onde se ergue a cidadela sinistra de Macaúr. No poço de Jacó repousava uma larga caravana, que conduzia para o Egito mirra, especiarias e bálsamos de Gileade. E os cameleiros, tirando a água com os baldes de couro, contaram aos servos de Obed, que engadara, pela lua nova, um rabi maravilhoso, maior que Davi ou Isaías, arrancara 7 demônios do peito de uma tecedeira, e que a sua voz, um homem degolado pelo salteador Barrabás, se erguera da sua sepultura e recolhera ao seu horto. Os servos, esperançados, subiram logo assodadamente pelo caminho dos peregrinos, até Gadara, cidade de altas torres, e ainda mais longe, até as nascentes de Amália. Mas Jesus, nessa madrugada, seguido por um povo que cantava e sacudia ramos de mimosa, embarcara no lago, num batel de pesca, e à vela navegara para Magdala. E os servos de Obed, descoroçoados, de novo passavam o Jordão na ponte das filhas de Jacó. Um dia, já com as sandálias rotas dos longos caminhos, pisando já as terras da Judéia romana, cruzaram um fariseu sombrio, que recolhia a Efraim, montado na sua mula. Com devota reverência detiveram o homem da lei. Encontrara ele, por acaso, esse profeta novo da Galiléia, que como um deus passeando na terra semeava milagres? A adunca face do fariseu escureceu enrugada, e a sua cólera retumbou como um tambor orgulhoso. Ó escravos pagãos! Ó blasfemos! Onde ouvistes que existem profetas ou milagres fora de Jerusalém? Só Jeová tem força no seu templo. De Galiléia surdem os nécios e os impostores. E como os servos recuavam ante o seu punho erguido, todo enrodilhado de dísticos sagrados, o furioso doutor saltou da mula e com as pedras da estrada apedrejou os servos de Obed, uivando raca, raca, e todos os anátemas rituais. Os servos fugiram para Enganim, e grande foi a desconsolação de Obed, porque os seus gados morriam, as suas vinhas secavam, e todavia, radiantemente, como uma alvorada por detrás de serras, crescia, consoladora e cheia de promessas divinas, a fama de Jesus da Galiléia. Por esse tempo, um centurião romano, Públio Sétimo, comandava o forte que domina o vale de Cesareia, até a cidade e ao mar. Públio, homem áspero, veterano da campanha de Tibério contra os partos, enriquecera durante a revolta de Samaria com presas e saques, possuía minas na Ática e gozava, como favor supremo dos deuses, a amizade de Flaco, legado imperial da Síria. Mas uma dor roía a sua prosperidade muito poderosa, como um verme rói um fruto muito suculento. Sua filha única, para ele mais amada que vida ou bens, definhava, com um mal sutil e lento, estranho mesmo ao saber dos esculápios e mágicos que ele mandara consultar a Sidom e a Tiro. Branca e triste como a lua num cemitério, sem um queixume, sorrindo palidamente a seu pai, definhava, sentada na alta esplanada do forte, sob um velário, alongando saudosamente os negros olhos tristes pelo azul do mar de Tiro, por onde ela navegara de Itália numa galera enfestoada. Ao seu lado, por vezes, um legionário entre as ameias apontava vagarosamente ao alto a flecha e varava uma grande águia voando de asa serena no céu rutilante. A filha de Sétimo seguia um momento a ave torneando até bater morta sobre as rochas. Depois, mais triste, com um suspiro, e mais pálida, recomeçava a olhar para o mar. Então Sétimo, ouvindo contar a mercadores de Corazim deste rabi admirável, tão potente sobre os espíritos, que sarava os males tenebrosos da alma, destacou 3 decúrias de soldados para que o procurassem por Galiléia e por todas as cidades da Decápole, até a costa e até Ascalon. Os soldados enfiaram os escudos nos sacos de lona, espetaram nos elmos ramos de oliveira, e as suas sandálias, ferradas apressadamente, se afastaram, ressoando sobre as lajes de basalto da estrada romana, que desde Cesareia até ao lago cona toda a tetrarquia de Herodes. As suas armas de noite brilhavam no topo das colinas, por entre a chama ondeante dos archotes erguidos. De dia, invadiam os casais, rebuscavam a espessura dos pomares, esfuracavam com a ponta das lanças a palha das medas, e as mulheres, assustadas, para os amansar, logo acudiam com bolos de mel, figos novos e malgas cheias de vinho, que eles bebiam de um trago, sentados à sombra dos sicômoros. Assim correram a baixa Galiléia, e do rabi só encontraram o sulco luminoso nos corações. Enfastiados com as inúteis marchas, desconfiando que os judeus sonegassem o seu feiticeiro para que os romanos não aproveitassem do superior feitiço, derramavam com tumulto a sua cólera através da piedosa terra submissa. À entrada das aldeias pobres, detinham os peregrinos, gritando o nome do rabi, rasgando os véus às virgens, e à hora em que os cântaros se enchem nas cisternas, invadiam as ruas estreitas dos burgos, penetravam nas sinagogas e batiam sacrilegamente com os punhos das espadas nas tebás, nos santos armários de cedro que continham os livros sagrados. Nas cercanias de Hébron, arrastaram os solitários pelas barbas para fora das grutas, para lhes arrancar o nome do deserto ou do palmar em que se ocultava o rabi, e 2 mercadores fenícios que vinham de Jope com uma carga de malóbatro e a quem nunca chegara o nome de Jesus, pagaram por esse delito 100 dracmas a cada decurião. Já a gente dos campos, Mesmo os bravios pastores de Idumeia, que levam as reses brancas para o templo, fugiam espavoridos para as serranias, apenas luziam, nalguma volta do caminho, as armas do bando violento. E da beira dos eirados, as velhas sacudiam como taleigos as pontas dos cabelos desgrenhados e arrogavam sobre eles as más sortes, invocando a vingança de Elias. Assim, tumultuosamente erraram até Áscalon, não encontraram Jesus e retrocederam ao longo da costa, enterrando as sandálias nas areias ardentes. Uma madrugada, perto de Cesareia, marchando num vale, avistaram sobre um outeiro um verde e negro bosque de loureiros, onde alvejava, recolhidamente, o fino e claro pórtico de um templo. Um velho, de compridas barbas brancas, coroado de folhas de louro, vestido com uma túnica cor de açafrão, segurando uma curta lira de 3 cordas, esperava gravemente, sobre os degraus de mármore, a aparição do sol. Debaixo, agitando um ramo de oliveira, os soldados bradaram pelo sacerdote. Conhecia ele um novo profeta que surgira na Galiléia e tão destro em milagres que ressuscitava os mortos e mudava a água em vinho? Serenamente, alargando os braços, o sereno velho exclamou por sobre a rociada verdura do vale: ó romanos, pois acreditais que em Galiléia ou Judéia apareçam profetas consumando milagres? Como pode um bárbaro alterar a ordem instituída por Zeus? Mágicos e feiticeiros são vendilhões que murmuram palavras ocas para arrebatar a espórtula dos simples. Sem a permissão dos imortais, nem um galho seco pode tombar da árvore, nem seca folha pode ser sacudida na árvore. Não há profetas, não há milagres, só Apolo Délfico conhece o segredo das coisas. Então, devagar, com a cabeça derrubada, como numa tarde de derrota, os soldados recolheram à fortaleza de Cesareia. E grande foi o desespero de Sétimo, porque sua filha morria, sem um queixume, olhando o mar de Tiro. E, todavia, a fama de Jesus, curador dos lânguidos males, crescia, sempre mais consoladora e fresca, como a aragem da tarde que sopra do Hérmon, e, através dos hortos, reanima e levanta as açucenas pendidas. Ora, entre Enganim e Cesareia, num casebre desgarrado, sumido na prega de um cerro, vivia, a esse tempo, uma viúva, mais desgraçada mulher que todas as mulheres de Israel. O seu filhinho único, todo aleijado, passara do magro peito a que ela o criara para os farrapos de enxerga apodrecida, onde jazera, 7 anos passados, mirrando e gemendo. Também a ela a doença engelhara dentro dos trapos nunca mudados, mais escura e torcida que uma cepa arrancada. E sobre ambos espessamente a miséria cresceu, como bolor sobre cacos perdidos num ermo. Até na lâmpada de barro vermelho secara há muito o azeite. Dentro da arca pintada não restava grão ou côdea. No estio, sem pasto, a cabra morrera. Depois no quinteiro secara a figueira. Tão longe do povoado, nunca esmola de pão ou mel entrava o portal. E só ervas apanhadas nas fendas das rochas, cozidas sem sal, nutriam aquelas criaturas de Deus na terra escolhida, onde até às aves maléficas sobrava o sustento. Um dia, um mendigo entrou no casebre, repartiu do seu farnel com a mãe amargurada, e um momento, sentado na pedra da lareira, coçando as feridas das pernas, contou dessa grande esperança dos tristes e esse rabi que aparecera na Galiléia e de um pão no mesmo cesto fazia 7, e amava todas as criancinhas e enxugava todos os prantos e prometia aos pobres um grande e luminoso reino de abundância maior que a corte de Salomão. A mulher escutava, com olhos famintos. E esse doce rabi, esperança dos tristes, onde se encontrava? O mendigo suspirou. Ah, esse doce rabi! Quantos o desejavam, que se desesperançavam! A sua fama andava por sobre toda a Judéia, como o sol, que até por qualquer velho muro se estende e se goza. Mas para enxergar a claridade do seu rosto, só aqueles ditosos que o seu desejo escolhia. Obed, tão rico, mandara os seus servos por toda a Galiléia para que procurassem Jesus, o chamassem com promessas a Enganim. Sétimo, tão soberano, destacara os seus soldados até a costa do mar, para que buscassem Jesus e o conduzissem, por seu mando, a Cesareia. Errando, esmolando por tantas estradas, ele topara os servos de Obed, depois os legionários de Sétimo. E todos voltavam como derrotados, com as sandálias rotas, sem ter descoberto em que mata ou cidade, em que toca o palácio, se escondia Jesus. A tarde caía. O mendigo apanhou seu bordão, desceu pelo duro trilho entre a urze e a rocha. A mãe retomou o seu canto, mais vergada, mais abandonada. E então o filhinho, num murmúrio mais débil que o roçar de uma asa, pediu à mãe que lhe trouxesse esse rabi que amava as criancinhas, ainda as mais pobres, sarava os males, ainda os mais antigos. A mãe apertou a cabeça esguedelhada. Ó filho, e como queres que te deixe e me meta aos caminhos à procura do rabi da Galileia? Obed é rico e tem servos, e debalde buscaram Jesus por areais e colinas, desde Corazim até o país de Moabe. Sétimo é forte e tem soldados, e debalde correram por Jesus desde o Hébron até o mar. Como queres que te deixe? Jesus anda por muito longe, e a nossa dor mora conosco, dentro destas paredes, e dentro delas nos prende. E mesmo que o encontrasse, como convenceria eu o rabi tão desejado, por quem ricos e fortes suspiram, a que descesse através das cidades até este ermo, para sarar um entrevadinho tão pobre, sobre enxerga tão rota? A criança, com duas longas lágrimas na face magrinha, murmurou: ó mãe, Jesus ama todos os pequenos, e eu ainda tão pequeno e com um mal tão pesado que tanto queria sarar. E a mãe, em soluços: ó meu filho, como te posso deixar? Longas são as estradas da Galileia e curta a piedade dos homens. Tão rota, tão trôpega, tão triste, até os cães me ladrariam da porta dos casais. Ninguém atenderia o meu recado e me apontaria a morada do doce rabi. Ó filho, talvez Jesus morresse. Nem mesmo os ricos e os fortes o encontram. O céu o trouxe, o céu o levou. E com ele para sempre morreu a esperança dos tristes. De entre os negros trapos, erguendo as suas pobres mãozinhas que tremiam, a criança murmurou: mãe, eu queria ver Jesus. E logo, abrindo devagar a porta e sorrindo, Jesus disse à criança: aqui estou. End of O Suave Milagre, by Essa de Queiroz. The Sweet Miracle, by Essa de Queiroz, read in English. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Sweet Miracle. In those days, Jesus had not yet departed from Galilee and the fair luminous margins of the lake of Tiberias. But the news of his miracles had already penetrated as far as Enganim, a rich city of strong battlements set among vineyards and olive groves in the country of Issachar. One afternoon there passed down the fresh valley a man of burning, dazzled eyes, who announced that a new prophet, a handsome rabbi, was traversing the plains and villages of Galilee, foretelling the coming of the kingdom of God, and curing all human ills. And while he sat and rested beside the fountain of the orchards, he went on to tell how this rabbi had healed the slave of a Roman decurion of leprosy on the Magdala road, merely by spreading over him the shadow of his hands, and how another morning he had crossed by boat to the country of the Gerasenes, where the balsam harvest was commencing, and had raised to life the daughter of Jairus, a man of consideration and learning, who expounded the sacred books in the synagogue. And when the husbandmen and shepherds round about, and the dark women with water-pots on their shoulders, inquired of him, in their wonderment, if this was in truth the Messiah of Judah, and whether the sword of fire shone before him, and if the shadows of Gog and Magog, like the shadows of twin towers, walked on either side of him. The man, without even a draught of that thrice cold water of which Joshua had drunk, took up his staff, shook his hair, and made his way pensively beneath the aqueduct, and straightway disappeared from sight in the mass of flowering almond trees. But a hope, delightful as the dew in the month when the grasshopper sings, refreshed these simple souls, and now, through all the plain that stretches its verdure to Ascalon, the plough seemed easier to bury in the soil, and the stone of the winepress lighter to move. The children, even while they plucked bunches of anemones, watched, as they went, for a light to rise past the turn of the wall or under the sycamore, while the aged, from their stone seats at the city gate, ran their fingers through the threads of their beards, and no longer unfolded the old sayings with such wise certainty as of yore. Now there lived then in Enganim an old man, named Obed, of a priestly family of Samaria, who had offered sacrifices on the altars of Mount Ebal, and was possessed of well-nourished flocks and richly bearing vineyards, and a heart as full of pride as his cellar was full of wheat. But a dry burnt wind, that wind of desolation which, at the Lord's command, blows from the savage lands of Azur, had slain the fattest beasts of his flocks, and on the slopes where his vines twined round the elms and stretched themselves on the graceful frames, it had left naught round the bare trees and pillars, save broken twigs, shrunken stalks, and leaves eaten by curly blight. And Obed squatted at the threshold of his gate, with the end of his cloak over his face, fingered the dust, lamented his old age, and ruminated complaints against a cruel God. Now, as soon as he heard tell of the new rabbi of Galilee, who fed the multitudes, scared demons, and repaired all misfortunes, Obed, who was a man of books, and had travelled in Phoenicia, conceived in his mind that Jesus must be one of those soothsayers well known in Palestine, like Apollonius or Rabbi Ben Dosa or Simon the Subtle. These men, even when the nights are dark, hold converse with the stars, whose secrets to them are ever clear and simple. With a wand they drive the gadflies born in the mud of Egypt from the standing corn, and grasping in their fingers the shadows of trees, they draw them like kindly screens over the threshing floors at the hour of rest. Of a surety, Jesus of Galilee, a younger man with newer charms, would, in return for a liberal largesse, bring the mortality among his flocks to an end, and make his vineyards green once more. Thereupon Obed commanded his servants to set forth and search through all Galilee for the new rabbi, and bring him, with promises of money or goods, to Enganim in the country of Issachar. His slaves tightened their leather belts and swung out by the road of the caravans that coasts the lake and stretches as far as Damascus. One afternoon, over against the west, red as a fully ripe pomegranate, they caught sight of the fine snows of Mount Hermon. Next, amid the freshness of a soft morning, the lake of Tiberias shone before them, transparent, cloaked in silence, more blue than the heavens, with its margins of flowery meadows, dense orchards, porphyry rocks, and white terraces amid the palm groves under the flight of the doves. A fisherman, who was engaged in lazily untying his boat from a grassy point shaded by oleanders, listened with a smile to the sleighs. The Rabbi of Nazareth? Oh, since the month of Ijor, the Rabbi with his disciples had descended to the sides whither the Jordan bears its waters. The slaves set out at a run along the margin of the stream, until they came in front of the ford where it rests, stretching out in a grey pool, and for a moment slumbers, motionless and green, beneath the tamarind's shade. A man from the tribe of the Essenes, clothed from head to foot in white linen, was slowly gathering health-giving herbs by the waterside with a white lambkin in his arms. The slaves humbly saluted him, for the people loved those men of honest, pure hearts, as white as the vestures they wash morning by morning in the purified tanks. And did he know of the passing of the new rabbi of Galilee, who, like the Essenes, taught sweetness and cured men and cattle? The Essene murmured that the rabbi had crossed the oasis of Engaddi and had passed further beyond. But where beyond? With a bunch of purple flowers he had plucked, the Essene pointed to the country over Jordan, the plain of Moab. The slaves forded the river and sought Jesus in vain, toiling breathlessly up the rough tracks to the cliffs where the sinister citadel of Makawur raises its head. At Jacob's well they met a great caravan at rest that was carrying into Egypt myrrh, spices, and balm of Gilead, and the camel drivers, as they drew out the water in their leather buckets, told the slaves of Obed how in Gadara at the new moon a wonderful rabbi, greater than David or Isaiah, had torn 7 devils from the breast of a weaver woman, and how at his voice a man whose head had been cut off by the robber Barabbas had risen from the tomb and gone back to his garden. The slaves, still hopeful, straightway mounted in haste by the pilgrim's way to Gadara, that city of lofty towers, and further on still to the springs of Amalha. But that very morning, followed by a crowd singing and waving branches of mimosa, Jesus had embarked on the lake in a fishing smack and made his way under sail towards Magdala. And the slaves of Obed, disheartened, passed the ford again by the bridge of the daughters of Jacob. One day, as they trod the country of Roman Judea, their sandals torn with the long ways, they crossed a sombre Pharisee, mounted on a mule, who was returning to Ephraim. With devout reverence they stopped the man of the law. Had he met, perchance, this new prophet of Galilee, who, like a god walking the earth, sowed miracles as he went? The hooked face of the Pharisee darkened in every furrow, and his wrath resounded like a proud drum. O pagan slaves and blasphemers! Where have ye heard of prophets or miracles out of Jerusalem? Only Jehovah in his temple is mighty. Ignorant men and impostors come out of Galilee. And as the slaves recoiled before his raised fist wrapped round with sacred couplets, the furious doctor leapt from his mule, and with stones from the road pelted the slaves of Obed, howling, "Raca! Raca!" and all the ritual curses. The slaves fled to Enganim, and great was the sorrow of Obed, because his flocks were dying, and his vineyards were scorched, and all the time, radiant like the dawn behind the mountains, the fame of Jesus of Galilee, consoling and full of divine promises, grew and increased. At that time a Roman centurion named Publius Septimus had command of the ford which dominates the valley of Caesarea as far as the city and the sea. A rough man and a veteran of Tiberius's campaign against the Parthians, Publius had grown rich with prizes and plunder during the revolt of Samaria. He owned mines in Attica, and enjoyed, as a supreme favor of the gods, the friendship of Flaccus, the imperial legate in Syria. But a sorrow gnawed his boundless prosperity, even as a worm gnaws at a very succulent fruit. His only daughter, dearer to him than life and fortune, was pining away with a slow, subtle malady which escaped even the wisdom of the doctors and magicians whom he sent to consult at Tyre and Sidon. White and sad, like the moon in a cemetery, uncomplaining, with pallid smiles for her father, she grew weaker and more frail as she sat on the high esplanade of the ford under an awning, and stretched her sad dark eyes with longing regret over the blue of the Tyrian sea, by which she had sailed from Italy in a rich galley. Now and then, at her side, a legionary between the battlements aimed an arrow carelessly aloft and pierced a great eagle as it flew with serene wing in the ruddylant sky. The daughter of Septimus followed the bird for a moment as it turned over and over until it crashed dead on the rocks, then, with a sigh sadder and more pale, began once more to gaze at the sea. Now Septimus, having heard the merchants of Chorazim tell of this wonderful rabbi, whose power over the spirits was such that he cured the dark troubles of the soul, dispatched 3 decuria of soldiers with orders to search for him through Galilee and in all the cities of Decapolis, as far as the coast and up to Ascalon. The soldiers put up their shields in the canvas bags, fixed boughs of the olive tree in their helmets, and hurriedly departed, their iron-shod sandals resounding on the basalt slabs of the Roman road, which cuts the whole tetrarchate of Herod from Caesarea to the lake. At night, their arms shone out on the tops of the hills amid the waving flames of the torches they bore aloft. By day, they invaded the homesteads, searched through the thickest apple orchards, and drove the points of their lances into the haystacks, and the frightened women, to appease them, hastened in with cakes of honey, new figs, and bowls full of wine, which they drank at one draught as they sat in the shade of the sycamores. In this way they traversed Lower Galilee, but of the rabbi all they found was his bright track in the hearts of the people. Wearied with futile marching, and suspecting that the Jews were concealing their wonder-worker, lest the Romans should avail themselves of his superior magic, they let loose a tumult of anger as they passed through the pious subject land. At the entrance to the bridges they stopped the pilgrims, shouting the name of the rabbi, tearing the veils from the virgins' faces, and, at the hour when pitchers are filled at the cisterns, they invaded the narrow streets of towns, penetrated into the synagogues, and beat sacrilegiously with their sword-hilts on the thebas, the holy arks of cedar which enclosed the sacred books. In the environs of Hebron they dragged the hermits by the beard from their caves, to draw from them the name of the desert or palm grove where the rabbi was hid, and 2 Phoenician merchants who were coming from Joppa with a cargo of malobatrum, and who had never heard the name of Jesus, paid 100 drachmas for this crime to each decurion. And now the peasantry, and even the wild shepherds of Idumea, who bring in the white beasts from the temple, fled in terror to the mountains as soon as they saw the arms of the violent band glittering at some turn of the road, while from the edge of the terraces the old women shook the ends of their dishevelled hair like bags and flung ill luck at them, invoking the vengeance of Elias. In this tumult they wandered as far as Ascalon, but failed to find Jesus, and returning along the coast they buried their sandals in the burning sands. One morning, near Caesarea, as they were marching in a valley, they caught sight of a dark green grove of laurels on a hill, among which the elegant bright portico of a temple shone white in its retirement. An old man of long white beard, crowned with laurel leaves, clothed in a saffron tunic, and holding a short 3-stringed lyre, was gravely awaiting the rising of the sun on the marble steps. Down below, the soldiers waved a branch of olive and shouted to the priest. Did he know a new prophet who had arisen in Galilee, and who was so clever in miracles that he raised the dead to life and changed water into wine? Quietly extending his arms, the serene old man cried out over the dewy verdure of the valley. Ye Romans, believe ye that prophets appear, working miracles in Galilee or Judea? How can a barbarian alter the order established by Zeus? Magicians and soothsayers are peddlers who murmur empty words to snatch an alms from simple folk. Without the permission of the immortals, Not a withered branch can fall from the tree, not a dry leaf be shaken. There are no prophets, no miracles. The Delphic Apollo alone knoweth the secret of things. Slowly then, with heads cast down as after a defeat, the soldiers returned to the fortress of Caesarea. And great was the despair of Septimus, because his daughter was dying, and no complaint did she utter, but gazed, as she lay there, at the Tyrian sea. And all the while the fame of Jesus, the healer of lingering maladies, grew ever fresher and more consoling, like the afternoon breeze that blows from Hermon and revives and lifts the drooping lilies in the gardens. Now, between Enganim and Caesarea, in a wretched hut sunk in the cleft of a hillock, there lived at this time a widow, the most miserable of all the women in Israel. Her only son, a little boy crippled in every part, had passed from the lean breasts at which she had suckled him to the rags of a rotting mattress where he had lain, starving and groaning, now 7 years. And her, too, sickness had shriveled within her never-changed rags until she was darker and more contorted than an uprooted vine. And over the twain, misery had grown thick as the mold over broken potsherds lost in a desert. Even the oil in their red clay lamp had long since dried up, and neither seed nor crust was left in the painted chest. In the summer, their goat had died for lack of pasture. Next, the fig tree in the garden ceased to bear. So far were they from any inhabited place that no alms of bread or honey ever entered their door. Herbs plucked in the fissures of the rocks and cooked without salt were all that nourished those creatures of God in the chosen land, where even birds of ill omen had enough and to spare. One day a beggar entered the hut and shared his wallet with the sorrowing mother, and as he sat for a moment at the hearthstone and scratched the wounds in his legs, he told of the great hope of the afflicted, this rabbi who had appeared in Galilee, and of one loaf in a basket made 7, and how he loved all little children and dried all tears, and promised the poor a great and luminous kingdom of more abundance than the court of Solomon. The woman listened with famished eyes. And this sweet rabbi, this hope of the sorrowful, where was he to be found? The beggar sighed. The sweet rabbi, how many had longed for him and been disappointed. His fame was going over all Judea like the sun that leaves not even a stretch of old wall without its blessed rays. Yet only those fortunate ones chosen of his will could gain a sight of his fair countenance. Obed, the rich, had sent his slaves throughout all Galilee to search for Jesus and bring him with promises to Enganim. Septimus, the powerful, had dispatched his soldiers as far as the sea-coast to find Jesus and conduct him by his orders to Caesarea. As he wandered and begged his bread on many a road, he had met the slaves of Obed and then the legionaries of Septimus, and all had returned like beaten men, their sandals torn, without having discovered the wood or city, hovel or palace where Jesus lay hid. The evening was falling. The beggar took up his staff and descended by the hard track between the heather and the rocks, while the mother returned to her corner, more cast down and desolate than before. And then, in a murmur, weaker than the brush of a wing, her little son begged his mother to bring him this rabbi who loved even the poorest little children and healed even the longest sicknesses. The mother clasped his tangled head and said, "Oh, my son, how canst thou ask me to leave thee and set out on the road in search of the Rabbi of Galilee? Obed is rich and hath slaves, and in vain they sought Jesus over hills and through sandy plains, from Chorazin to the country of Moab. Septimus is mighty, and hath soldiers, yet in vain they hunted for Jesus from Hebron to the sea. How canst thou ask me to leave thee? Jesus is afar off, and our grief abideth with us within these walls, and imprisons us between them. And were I to meet with him, how should I persuade this longed-for rabbi, for whom the rich and mighty sigh, to come down from city to city, as far as this solitude, in order to cure such a poor little impotent on such a ragged mattress? But the child, with 2 long tears on its thin little face, murmured, "Mother, Jesus loveth all the little ones, and I am still so small, and have such a heavy sickness, and should so like to be cured." To which the mother, sobbing, "Child of mine, how can I leave thee? The roads of Galilee are long, and the pity of man is short. So ragged, so limping, so sorrowful am I, that even the dogs would bark at me from the homestead doors. None would give ear to my message, none would show me the dwelling place of the sweet rabbi. And my child, perhaps Jesus is dead, for not even the rich or the mighty meet with him. Heaven sent him, heaven hath taken him away, and with him the hopes of the sorrowful have died forever." The child raised his trembling little hands from out of his dark rags and murmured, "Mother, I want to see Jesus." And immediately, opening the door slowly and smiling, Jesus said to the child, "I am here." End of The Sweet Miracle.
Quem Pastores Lauda Vere, a Christmas carol of the 14th century, set to a German tune of the 16th century. Sung in Latin. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Quem pastores lauda vere quibus angeli dixere, absit vobis iam timere, natus est rex gloriae. Ad quem reges ambulabant, aurum tuus miram portabant, immolabant haec sincere leoni victoriae. Exultemus cum Maria in celesti hierarchia, natum promat voce pia, laus honor et gloria. Christo Regi Deo nato, per Mariam nobis dato, meritor sonat vere, dulci cum melodia. End of Quem Pastores Lauda Vere, sung by Ruth Golding.
Lil's Travels in Santa Claus Land by Ellis Town, Sophie May, and Ella Farman. Read in English. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Effie had been playing with her dolls one cold December morning, and Lil had been reading until both were tired. But it stormed too hard to go out, and as Mrs. Pellerine had said they need not do anything for 2 hours, Their little jaws might have been dislocated by yawning before they would as much as pick up a pin. Presently Lil said, "Effie, shall I tell you a story?" "Oh, yes, do," said Effie, and she climbed up by Lil in the large rocking chair in front of the grate. She kept very still, for she knew Lil's stories were not to be interrupted by a sound or even a motion. The first thing Lil did was to fix her eyes on the fire and rock backward and forward quite hard for a little while, and then she said, "Now I am going to tell you about my thought travels, and they are apt to be a little queerer, but oh, ever so much nicer than the other kind." As Lil's stories usually had a formal introduction, she began, "Once upon a time, when I was taking a walk through the great field beyond the orchard, I went way on, round where the path turns behind the hill. And after I had walked a little way, I came to a high wall, built right up into the sky. At first I thought I had discovered the ends of the earth, or perhaps I had somehow come to the Great Wall of China. But after walking a long way, I came to a large gate, and over it was printed in beautiful gold letters, Santa Claus Land, and the letters were large enough for a baby to read." How large that might be, Lil did not stop to explain. "But the gate was shut tight," she continued, "and though I knocked and knocked and knocked as hard as I could, nobody came to open it. I was dreadfully disappointed, because I felt as if Santa Claus must live here all of the year except when he went out to pay Christmas visits, and it would be so lovely to see him in his own home, you know. But what was I to do? The gate was entirely too high to climb over, and there wasn't even a crack to peek through." Here Lil paused, and Effie drew a long breath and looked greatly disappointed. Then Lil went on. "But you see, as I was poking about, I pressed a bell spring, and in a moment, jingle, 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 the bells went ringing far and near, with such a merry sound as was never heard before. While they were still ringing, the gate slowly opened, and I walked in. I didn't even stop to inquire if Santa Claus was at home, for I forgot all about myself and my manners, it was so lovely. First there was a small paved square like a court. It was surrounded by rows and rows of dark green trees, with several avenues opening between them. In the center of the court was a beautiful marble fountain, with streams of sugar plums and bonbons tumbling out of it. Funny-looking little men were filling cornucopias at the fountain, and pretty little barefoot children, with chubby hands and dimpled shoulders, took them as soon as they were filled and ran off with them. They were all too much occupied to speak to me, but as I came up to the fountain, one of the funny little fellows gave me a cornucopia, and I marched on with the babies. We went down one of the avenues, which would have been very dark, only it was splendidly lighted up with Christmas candles. I saw the babies were slyly eating a candy or two, so I tasted mine, and they were delicious, the real Christmas kind. After we had gone a little way, the trees were smaller and not so close together, and here and there were other funny little fellows who were climbing up on ladders and tying toys and bonbons to the trees. The children stopped and delivered their packages, but I walked on, for there was something in the distance that I was curious to see. I could see that it was a large garden that looked as if it might be well cared for, and had many things growing in it. But even in the distance it didn't look natural, and when I reached it I found it was a very uncommon kind of a garden indeed. I could scarcely believe my eyes, but there were dolls and donkeys and drays and cars and croquet coming up in long straight rows, and ever so many other things beside. In one place the wooden dolls had only just started. Their funny little heads were just above ground, and I thought they looked very much surprised at their surroundings. Farther on were china dolls that looked quite grown up, and I suppose were ready to pull. and a gardener was hoeing a row of soldiers that didn't look in a very healthy condition, or as if they had done very well. The gardener looked familiar, I thought, and as I approached him he stopped work, and leaning on his hoe he said, "How do you do, Lillian? I am very glad to see you." The moment he raised his face I knew it was Santa Claus, for he looked exactly like the portrait we have of him. You can easily believe I was glad then. I ran and put both of my hands in his, fairly shouting that I was so glad to find him. He laughed and said, "Why, I am generally to be found here or hereabouts, for I work in the grounds every day." And I laughed too, because his laugh sounded so funny, like the brook going over stones and the wind up in the trees. 2 or 3 times, when I thought he had done, he would burst out again, laughing the vowels in this way. "Ha, ha, ha, ha! Hee, 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 hee! Hi, 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 hi! Ho, 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 ho!" Lil did it very well, and Effie laughed till the tears came to her eyes. And she could quite believe Lil when she said, "It grew to be so funny that I couldn't stand, but fell over into one of the little chairs that were growing in a bed just beyond the soldiers." When Santa Claus saw that, he stopped suddenly, saying, "There, that will do. I take a hearty laugh every day for the sake of digestion." Then he added in a whisper, "That is the reason I live so long and don't grow old. I've been the same age ever since the chroniclers began to take notes. And those who are best able to judge think I'll continue to be this way for about 1,876 years longer. They probably took a new observation at the centennial, and they know exactly." I was greatly delighted to hear this, and I told him so. He nodded and winked and said it was all right, and then asked if I'd like to see the place. I said I would, so he threw down the hoe with a sigh, saying, "I don't believe I shall have more than half a crop of soldiers this season. They came up well, but the arms and legs seem to be weak. When I get to town I'll have to send out some girls with glue pots to stick them fast." The town was at some distance, and our path took us by flower beds where some exquisite little toys were growing, and a hotbed where new varieties were being propagated. Pretty soon we came to a plantation of young trees, with rattles and rubber balls and ivory rings growing on the branches, and as we went past they rang and bounded about in the merriest sort of a way. "There's a nice growth," said Santa Claus, and it was a nice growth for babies. But just beyond I saw something so perfectly splendid that I didn't care about the plantation. "Well," said Lil impressively, seeing that Effie was sufficiently expectant, "it was a lovely grove. The trees were large with long, drooping branches, and the branches were just loaded with dolls' clothes. There were elegant silk dresses with lovely sashes of every color." Just here Effie couldn't help saying, "Oh," for she had a weakness for sashes. Lil looked stern and put a warning hand over her mouth and went on. There was everything that the most fashionable doll could want, growing in the greatest profusion. Some of the clothes had fallen, and there were funny-looking girls picking them up and packing them in trunks and boxes. "These are all ripe," said Santa Claus, stopping to shake a tree, and the clothes came tumbling down so fast that the workers were busier than ever. The grove was on a hill, so that we had a beautiful view of the country. First there was a park filled with reindeer, and beyond that was the town, and at one side a large farmyard filled with animals of all sorts. But as Santa Claus seemed in a hurry, I did not stop long to look. Our path led through the park, and we stopped to call Prancer and Dancer and Donder and Blitzen, and Santa Claus fed them with lumps of sugar from his pocket. He pointed out Comet and Cupid in a distant part of the park. Dasher and Vixen were nowhere to be seen. Here I found most of the houses were Swiss cottages, but there were some fine churches and public buildings, all of beautifully illustrated building blocks, and we stopped for a moment at a long depot in which a locomotive was just smashing up. Santa Claus's house stood in the middle of the town. It was an old-fashioned looking house, very broad and low, with an enormous chimney. There was a wide step in front of the door shaded by a fig tree and grapevine, and morning glories and scarlet beans clambered by the side of the latticed windows, and there were great round rose bushes with great round roses on either side of the walk leading to the door. "Oh, it must have smelled like a party," said Effie, and then subsided, as she remembered that she was interrupting. Inside the house was just cozy and comfortable, a real grandfatherly sort of a place. A big chair was drawn up in front of the window, and a big book was open on a table in front of the chair. A great pack half made up was on the floor, and Santa Claus stopped to add a few things from his pocket. Then he went to the kitchen and brought me a lunch of milk and strawberries and cookies, for he said I must be tired after my long walk. After I had rested a little while, he said if I liked I might go with him to the observatory. But just as we were starting, a funny little fellow stopped at the door with a wheelbarrow full of boxes of dishes. After Santa Claus had taken the boxes out and put them in the pack, he said slowly, "Let me see." He laid his finger beside his nose as he said it, and looked at me attentively, as if I were a sum in addition, and he was adding me up. I guess I must have come out right, for he looked satisfied, and said I'd better go to the mine first, and then join him in the observatory. Now I am afraid he was not exactly polite not to go with me himself, added Lil gravely. But then he apologized by saying he had some work to do. So I followed the little fellow with the wheelbarrow, and we soon came to what looked like the entrance of a cave, but I suppose it was the mine. I followed my guide to the interior without stopping to look at the boxes and piles of dishes outside. Here I found other funny little people, busily at work with picks and shovels, taking out wooden dishes from the bottom of the cave, and china and glass from the top and sides, for the dishes hung down just like stalactites in Mammoth Cave. Here Lil opened the book she had been reading and showed Effie a picture of the stalactites. "It was so curious and so pretty that I should have remained longer," said Lil, "only I remembered the observatory and Santa Claus. When I went outside, I heard his voice calling out, 'Lillian! Lillian!' It sounded a great way off, and yet somehow it seemed to fill the air just as the wind does. I only had to look for a moment, for very near by was a high tower. I wonder I did not see it before, but in these queer countries you are sure to see something new every time you look about. Santa Claus was standing up at a window near the top, and I ran to the entrance and commenced climbing the stairs. It was a long journey, and I was quite out of breath when I came to the end of it. But here there was such a cozy, luxurious little room, full of stuffed chairs and lounges, bird cages and flowers in the windows, and pictures on the wall, that it was delightful to rest. There was a lady sitting by a golden desk, writing in a large book, and Santa Claus was looking through a great telescope, and every once in a while he stopped and put his ear to a large speaking tube. While I was resting, he went on with his observations. Presently he said to the lady, "Put down a good mark for Sarah Buttermilk. I see she is trying to conquer her quick temper. 2 bad ones for Isaac Clappertongue. He'll drive his mother to the insane asylum yet. Bad ones all around for the Crossley children. They quarrel too much. A good one for Harry and Alice Pleasure. They are quick to mind. And give Ruth Olive 10, for she is a peacemaker." Just then he happened to look at me and saw I was rested, so he politely asked what I thought of the country. I said it was magnificent. He said he was sorry I didn't stop in the greenhouse, where he had wax dolls and other delicate things growing. I was very sorry about that, and then I said I thought he must be very happy to own so many delightful things. "Of course I'm happy," said Santa Claus, and then he sighed. "But it is an awful responsibility to reward so many children according to their deserts. For I take these observations every day, and I know who is good and who is bad." I was glad he told me about this, and now if he would only tell me what time of day he took the observations, I would have obtained really valuable information. So I stood up and made my best courtesy and said, "Please, sir, would you tell me what time of day you usually look?" "Oh," he answered carelessly, "any time from 7 in the morning till 10 at night. I am not a bit particular about time. I often go without my own meals in order to make a record of table manners. For instance, last evening I saw you turn your spoon over in your mouth, and that's very unmannerly for a girl nearly 14. "Oh, I didn't know you were looking," said I, very much ashamed, "and I'll never do it again," I promised. Then he said I might look through the telescope, and I looked right down into our house. There was Mother very busy and very tired, and all of the children teasing. It was queer, for I was there too, and the baddest of any. Pretty soon I ran to a quiet corner with a book, and in a few minutes Mamma had to leave her work and call, "Lilian, Lilian, it's time for you to practice." "Yes, Mamma," I answered. "I'll come right away." As soon as I said this, Santa Claus whistled for Comet and Cupid, and they came tearing up the tower. He put me in a tiny sleigh, and away we went over great snowbanks of clouds. And before I had time to think, I was landed in the big chair, and Mamma was calling, "Lilian, Lilian, it's time for you to practice," just as she is doing now, and I must go. So Lil answered, "Yes, Mamma," and ran to the piano. Effie sank back in the chair to think. She wished Lil had found out how many black marks she had, and whether that lady was Mrs. Santa Claus, and had in fact obtained more accurate information about many things. But when she asked about some of them afterwards, Lil said she didn't know, for the next time she had traveled in that direction, she found Santa Claus Land had moved. End of Lil's Travels in Santa Claus Land. Read by Jan McGillivray.
Weihnachtszauber by Adolf Schweyer, read in German. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Weihnachtszauber. Ungewöhnlich lange dauerte es diesmal. Das ganze schmucke neue Haus duftete schon von Tannengrün und Wachskerzen, und noch immer klang die Glocke nicht, das liebe silberhelle Glöcklein, das nur einmal des Jahres erklingt, nur einmal ruft und jubelt, am Christabend. Wieder und wieder glaubten sie es zu hören, dann sprangen sie auf, lauschten und liefen vor die Tür. Enttäuscht kehrten sie zurück in das trauliche Halbdunkel ihres Zimmers und überließen sich wieder der drangvoll süßen Ungeduld und froherregenden Erwartungsfreude. Und immer wieder ging die kindliche Fantasie, durchwärmt von heller Herzenslust und durchschauert von ehrfürchtigen Empfindungen, ihre grausen Wege, tastend jetzt und zag auf den dunklen verschlossenen Türen vorbei, jetzt jäh auffliegend ins Sonnenland des Märchenhaften, einer aufgescheuchten Schar bunter Vöglein gleich, die im Sonnenglanz verschwinden, als hätte sich ihnen überschnell eine unsichtbare Pforte aufgetan und rasch wieder verschlossen hinter den scheu Entflohenen. Jetzt schlug die Uhr vom nahen Kirchturm die Stunde, sie lauschten und zählten. 6 Uhr schon, rief Klein Elli betroffen. Um die Zeit war das Christkind immer schon da bei uns. Ja, mein Gott, meinte altklug der fast 8-jährige Otto, der Älteste. Jetzt, wo wir da draußen wohnen, wird's wohl noch später. Ja, hauchte Elli, und ihre Augen wurden groß dabei. Und Norbert, der Jüngste, ließ sein Spielzeug fallen, starrte die beiden Größeren schier angstvoll an und sagte traurig, noch später? Alle drei sehnten sich in dieser Stunde zurück in die enge, aber trauliche Wohnung drinnen in dem großen Stadthause, hoch droben im letzten Stockwerk. Erst als Otto daran erinnerte, dass der Vater nie so heiter war wie jetzt, wo sie hier wohnten in den schönen Räumen des kleinen eigenen Hauses, erst dann versöhnten sich die kleinen Zürnenden wieder mit dem neuen Heim, wo noch alles neu und vornehm sie anrief. Rühr mich nicht an, streif mich nicht an, stoß mich nicht ab. Und scheu wichen sie all dem unvertrauten Neuen und Fremden aus und gingen im Kreise um die Ecken. Wie war es doch drinnen in der Stadt anders, inmitten der lieben alten Möbel, die sie alle kannten und die ihnen allerlei zu erzählen wussten, aus der geheimnisvollen Morgendämmerung ihres Daseins. Freilich, der Vater kam dort oft mit trüben Mienen heim und ging stumm in sein Kämmerlein. Dann wanderte die Mutter still von der Küche ins Zimmer und ruhelos wieder zurück. Sie sah, was die Kleinen nicht sahen, aber in ihren reinen Herzen dunkel ahnten, dass an ihres Mannes Seite eine graue Gestalt dahingeschlichen war und ihre dürre Hand, ach, so vertraut auf seine Schulter legte. Die dürre kleine Hand, die so schwer wiegen und so unerbittlich Lebensglanz und Freudenschimmer verwischen kann, wie ein feuchter Schwamm die Schriftzüge auf einer Tafel, die Hand der Frau Sorge. Und sie wusste auch, was die Kinder nicht ahnten und ahnen sollten, dass oft an ihrer bescheidenen Heimstadttür der Frau Sorge ungestümere Schwester pochte, die Not. Ein Glücksfall brachte mit einem Male Sonnenglanz in das nebelumflorte Sorgenleben des kleinen kindergesegneten Beamten. Schier betäubt war er von der Größe und Plötzlichkeit dieses Glücks. All die drückenden Schulden konnte er bezahlen, seiner stillen Frau kaufen, was sie sich heimlich oft gewünscht, und seine Kinder kleiden, schmuck und fein und sauber, wie er es längst ersehnte, und allen seinen eigenen Wünschen Erfüllung bieten. Dabei ging er aber oft über das gebotene Maß vornehmen Schönheitssinns hinaus und verletzte dadurch das zarte Feingefühl seines Weibes. Anfangs mit stillem Lächeln, aber bald mit befremden und endlich mit heimlichem Kummer merkte Frau Hermer, wie ihr sonst so bescheidener Mann immer mehr die unleidlichen Manieren eines Emporkömmlings annahm und ein Wesen machte, das der Wirklichkeit gar nicht entsprach. Dass sie fortan sorglos leben, dass sie sich dieses Häuschen bauen und sich frohgemut der Stunde hingeben konnten, das war alles. Das war viel, unendlich viel für Hermers seelenheitere Art. Aber es war wenig in den Augen der Welt, die nur aufs Äußerliche sieht und nicht ahnen kann, wie unsagbar reich ein armes Menschenherz sein kann, tief drinnen in der Brust. Und Herma war reich gewesen, von jeher, und hielt auch Konrad, ihren bisher so schweigsamen Mann, für innerlich reich und seelentief. Und nun mußte sie sehen, wie er protzte, wie er groß tat vor allen Leuten. Das tat ihr weh. Und sogar der Zweifel bekam allgemach Gewalt über sie. Sie fragte sich, ob ihres Mannes Gemüt wirklich so schlicht sei und so tief bescheiden, als es ihr bisher schien und sie es liebte. Sollte es nur die Sorge, die Not kümmerlich ins Blühen gebracht haben? War das schwere Schweigen nur eine Hülle, die nichts verhüllte? Heimlich wünschte sie oft, es wäre geblieben wie früher. Lieber ertragen und dulden, lieber sich beugen in Sorgen und Kümmernissen, aber innerlich froh sein können, vertrauensstolz froh und stark in der Überzeugung, in sich einen Schatz zu tragen, den uns niemand rauben kann, in sich ein Feuer brennen zu wissen, das doch nichts auf dieser Welt ganz erlöschen und ganz erkalten kann. Die Liebe zueinander und das große, tief herzbeglückende Vertrauen, das solcher Liebe entspringt. Und jetzt, wo alles Gute in ihnen sprießen, alles Edle blühen konnte, wo sie aus dem Sumpfe kleinlicher gemeiner Alltagssorgen auf festes, sicheres Land gerettet waren, jetzt sollte sie erkennen müssen, dass ihres Mannes Gemüt seicht, seine Gesinnung oberflächlich sei? Auf wiederholte Bemerkungen, die an sein Feingefühl gerichtet waren, hatte er nur ein Lachen, das in seiner selbstsicheren Unbefangenheit Hermer weher tat als etwa eine schroffe Abweisung. War er wirklich nur und noch immer glückberauscht, oder stand ihr die herbste Enttäuschung ihres Lebens bevor? Sie wollte abwarten, ehe sie zum offenen Kampfe überging, oder still verzichtete. Er aber lebte froh in den Tag hinein und ahnte wohl kaum, was seine Frau heimlich so tief bedrückte. Erst am Weihnachtsabend, als Herma in voller tiefer Stimmung in ihr Zimmer ging und erwartungsfroh jene Lade aufzog, wo sie den lange treu bewahrten Weihnachtsschmuck verbarg, und er rasch dazwischentretend ihr verwehrte, den alten Tand nochmals auf den Baum zu hängen, trübten ihm die ersten herben Tränen den Glanz seines jungen Glücks. Herma, sein feinfühlendes Weib, weinte, jäh und unbezwingbar. Er sah sie an wie vom Donner gerührt. Sie aber wischte sich die salzige Flut rasch von den Wangen, schob die Lade zu und ging von ihm weg, still, wortlos, ohne ihn anzusehen, ging hinüber, den großen hohen Tannenbaum zu schmücken, mit den neuen gleißenden Sachen, die er heimgebracht hatte. Still verrichtete sie diese Arbeit an seiner Seite, unfroh, mit unlustschweren Händen. Und wenn sich ihre Blicke begegneten, senkten sie sich rasch oder glitten aneinander vorbei, wie an etwas Unliebem. Auch ihm ging nichts recht aus den Händen, und in seine Seele kam eine seltsame Unruhe, ein beklemmendes Mahnen und beängstigendes Drängen, die Vorboten der Reue. Über all dem verging viel Zeit, und darum währte es heute so ungewöhnlich lange. Und mit den nun verpönten lieben alten Dingen beschäftigte sich unterdessen die heiß erregte Fantasie der Kinder. Seit Jahren kehrten sie geheimnisvoll wieder, glänzten und strahlten, glitzerten und funkelten aus dem Tannengrün und verschwanden nach dem heiligen Dreikönigtage ebenso geheimnisvoll wieder. Wohin? Das Christkind hat sie wieder geholt, sagte die Mutter. Dem Christkind gehören sie ganz allein, und dieses bringe sie immer in dasselbe Haus und verwechsel sie nie. Und je öfter es dieselben Sachen den gleichen Kindern bringe, desto lieber habe es diese. Und desto lieber gewannen sie auch die Kleinen. Mit heiliger Scheu sahen sie jedesmal zu dem funkelnden Stern empor, der immer hoch oben am Gipfel des Baumes prangte und sich oft seltsam leise bewegte, als wehe überirdischer Hauch um ihn her oder aus ihm heraus. Und darunter das Christkindlein mit dem Goldscheine um das blondgelockte Haupt. Es lächelte und nickte grüßend herab, auf seinen lieblichen Wangen lag ein rosiger Schimmer, aus seinen großen Blauaugen kam ein Leuchten, unfassbar geheimnisvoll. Diese zwei Heiligtümer hatten die Kinder nie in der Nähe geschaut, nie in den Händen gehabt, und keines hatte es je gewagt, auch nur den Wunsch zu äußern, sie herunterzuholen. In ein viel vertraulicheres Verhältnis kamen sie allgemach zu den tiefer in den Zweigen hängenden Schaustücken. Sie betasteten sie mit scheuer Neugierde, streichelten sie, nahmen sie wohl öfter behutsam herab und hingen sie aus eigenem Antriebe oder bedeutsam von der Mutter gemahnt wieder an ihren Platz, dorthin, wo sie mit zarten Fingern das Christkindlein selbst gehangen hatte. Und jedes Kind nahm geistig Besitz von einem bestimmten Gegenstande, der ihm besonders lieb war. Des Sommers oft, wenn trübe Regentage sie in die Stube banden, sprachen sie unvermutet von all den geheimnisvollen Sachen. Elli am liebsten von einer winzig kleinen Puppe, die, in einem zierlichen Körbchen weich gebettet liegend, sie alljährlich so vertraulich anlächelte, als freute sie sich des Wiedersehens so sehr wie Elli selbst. Mit heißen Wangen und leuchtenden Augen fantasierte sie eben wieder von ihrem kleinen Liebling und behauptete plötzlich, das liebe Püppchen sei zweifellos ein Spielzeug, mit dem im Himmel droben Lilli, das verstorbene Schwesterlein, spielen dürfe, inmitten der Schar fröhlicher Englein. Darum leuchtete sie auch immer so himmlisch schön, die Puppe, meinte sie ernsthaft. Eine Pause trat ein. Alle drei sahen schaurig still vor sich hin, als sehen sie das von überirdischem Schimmer umflossene Schwesterlein vor sich sitzen und mit Englein spielen. Plötzlich brach Otto das klingende, singende Schweigen. Du, Elli, sagte er lebhaft, weißt du, was ich glaub, wo mein Paradiesvogel immer ist? Dein Paradiesvogel? Den kleinen meinst, an dem Baum? Ja, den, der dem Christkind gehört und so viele Farben hat, so schöne. Nun, wo soll er denn sein? Doch auch im Himmel droben beim Christkind, nicht? Oh nein, ich glaub, dass der immer ein wirklicher lebendiger Vogel ist, ein großer. Ja, ich habe ihn einmal fliegen sehen. Fliegen hast du ihn sehen? Rief Elli, und der heilige Schauer des Wunderbaren durchbebte sie. Ja, sagte Otto, von einem heißen Drange fortgerissen. Hoch am Himmel droben ist er geflogen, hoch über die Sterne hin, und groß war er, groß und schön. Und das Traumbild einer weißen Glanznacht kühn mit Dichtung mengend, fuhr er fort. Und weißt du, wo er war? Auf der Erde herunten war er und hat nachgeschaut, ob wir alle brav sind. Und wisst ihr, was er macht? Den Regenbogen macht er. Ja, mit seinem schönen langen Schweif macht er ihn. Darum hat er so viele Farben, weißt du? Er hatte sich ganz heiß geredet und fühlte sich unsagbar beglückt, als er sah, wie Elli sprachlos dastand, des Erstaunens und Verwunderns übervoll. Ja, glaubst du's vielleicht gar nicht? Rief der kleine Dichter endlich gekränkt, als Elli gar nichts erwiderte und nun immer mit großen Augen wie traumhaft vor sich hinschaute. Aber freilich glaub ich's, sagte sie jetzt voll Eifer. Ich seh's ja, wirklich wahr, ich seh's. Und Norbert, der mit glänzenden Blicken nach Otto geschaut, rief jetzt, angeregt durch die kühne Fantasie Ottos, ganz erhitzt aus. Ja, und wo ist denn dann mein Pipi-Hahn immer? Oh, wer weiß, wie's dem ergangen ist, sagte Otto großartig kühl. Du hast ihm ja den Schnabel abgebrochen. Oh nein, verteidigte Elli den Jüngsten, dessen Gesicht sich weinerlich verzog. Wie der schöne kleine Hahn zum zweiten Mal gekommen ist, hat er den Schnabel schon abgebrochen gehabt. Weißt du's denn nimmer? Ja, meinte Otto nun, wer weiß, wo er rumgerauft hat und mit wem. Und immer eifriger umspannen die drei erregten Kinder ihre Lieblinge mit dem goldigen Gewebe naiver Legende. Auf dem klugen weißen Elefanten ritten sie durch ferne Wunderländer, jagten auf der langbeinigen Giraffe durch die schaurige Öde der Wüste und durchschwammen mit dem schwarzen Walfisch auf des Ungeheuers Rücken in einem zierlichen Häuschen geborgen das unendliche Meer. Immer heißer wurden ihre Wangen, immer größer ihr Verlangen, wieder das zu sehen, was das Christkindlein nur für sie bestimmt hatte und immer wieder nur zu ihnen brachte. Und sie nahmen sich vor, mit den kleinen Dingen, die sie für verzauberte Lebewesen hielten, recht lieb umzugehen und fragten sich, ob wohl dies und das heuer hängen werde, erinnerten sich, wie es im vorigen Jahr hing und früher. Immer wieder kamen sie auf ihre Lieblingsstücke zurück und erschraken bis in die Tiefe ihrer kleinen Seelen hinein, als sie nach einem ausruf Ottos sich vorstellten, was sie wohl täten, wenn die kleine süße Puppe, wenn der prächtige Paradiesvogel oder der stolze kampfmutige Hahn plötzlich in ihren Händen lebendig würden. Stockenden Atems sahen sie einander an. Da schnarrte plötzlich die elektrische Klingel, die über der Tür angebracht war, und sie mit der Bonne, die sie neuestens hatten, zu den Mahlzeiten rief. Zum Essen, ruft der Vater, und das Christkind. Enttäuscht standen sie ratlos da. Tränen stiegen sachte in ihre Augen, und nochmals schrillte die Glocke. Zugleich ging die Tür auf, und Gisa die Bonne rief herein. Ja, Kinder, hört ihr denn nicht? Das Christkind läutet. Jetzt klang und sang und rief und jubelte aus dem großen schönen Zimmer auch wirklich das silberhelle Glöcklein. Die Mutter konnte es sich nicht versagen, es wenigstens an diesem Punkte zu guter Letzt zu halten wie immer bisher. Das stimmte die Kinder wieder warm und erwartungsvoll feierlich. Sie stürmten in das Zimmer, traten ein und standen mucksmäuschenstill vor dem großen Baume, der schön und glänzend war wie keiner vorher. Aber von des Baumes Wipfel herab schimmerte ein anderer Stern, schöner zwar, als sie jenen sahen, aber nicht der gewohnte, der liebe und verheißungsvolle Stern. Und er hing steif und still und rührte sich nicht, wie sie auch hinaufschauten. Und ein anderes Christkindlein blickte nieder, lieblich wohl und überaus schön, aber es lächelte nicht so vertraut, wie das immer dort droben niedergrüßte. Und in dem Gezweig des Baumes fanden ihre scheu und ängstlich suchenden Blicke die vielen lieben Dingelchen nicht. Elli nicht ihre Himmelspuppe, Otto seinen vielfärbigen Vogel nicht, Norbert nicht seinen stolzen Hahn mit dem abgebrochenen Schnabel. Staunend, mißmutig fast sah der Vater den Kindern zu, die hilflos befangen von der schönen Wirklichkeit dastanden und sich ihrer nicht selbstvergessen freuen konnten, weil sie nicht umglänzt und umsponnen war von der Poesie, in der ihre Seelen unbewußt schwelgten. Mit einem scheuen Blick auf den Vater tat zwar Otto so, als ob's ihn über alle Maßen freute, es kam ihm aber nicht recht von Herzen. Norbert war der Erste, der laut jubelte, als ihm der Vater ärgerlich halb und halb verschämt sagte, das schöne große Hutpferd gehöre ihm. Elli aber stand schier erschrocken vor einer Puppe, die fast größer war als sie selbst und so hochmütig auf die Verschüchterte niederschaute wie eine große vornehme Dame. Auch sie freute sich ihrer übrigen prächtigen Geschenke wohl, aber es war nicht die jubelnde Freude wie sonst. Es wollte nicht der beseligende Rausch der Selbstvergessenheit über sie und ihre mitenttäuschten Brüderchen kommen. Endlich fragte sie, ruhelos bedrängt, die Mutter heimlich und leise, so daß der Vater es nicht hören sollte, aber doch wohl hörte. Mutter, hat uns denn das Christkind nimmer lieb? Die Mutter verstand, schloss das aufgeregte Töchterlein warm an ihre Brust und flüsterte ihr zu. Das Christkind wolle ganz gewiss nur sehen, ob es den Kindern auch wirklich leid tue, wenn sie nicht mehr fänden, dass es ihnen allein gehöre. Das sagte Elli schnell und insgeheim den Brüdern. Die brachen in lautes Freudengeschrei aus, und Otto wurde zum Propheten. Über eine Nacht und das Christkind könne wiederbringen, was sie so liebten. Heute noch vielleicht. Die Augen der Mutter begannen zu leuchten, und froh und hell wurde wieder ihre Stimme. Lächelnd rief sie den staunenden Gatten und die hoffnungsbelebten Kinder zum Abendmahle. Als nachher die drei kleinen Ruhelosen wieder in das Zimmer traten, wo der Baum stand, brach ein Jubel los, sondergleichen. Droben am Baumzipfel glänzte der liebe alte Stern und webte und bewegte sich seltsam geheimnisvoll wie immer. Und unter ihm grüßte das liebe, altgewohnte Christkindlein nieder, fröhlich wie noch nie. Und Elli fand ihre Puppe, Otto seinen flugkühnen Sonnenvogel und Norbert den stolzen Hahn mit dem abgebrochenen Schnabel. Der Elefant war da, die langhalsige Giraffe, der treuende Wal und alles andere auch, wie immer zuvor. Und nun sank echte, tiefe, heilige Weihnachtsstimmung in die Seelen der Kinder und der Eltern. Frau Hermer aber ging leisen Schrittes und befreiten Herzens auf Konrad, ihren Gatten, zu, der von den Rauchwolken seiner Zigarre schier traumhaft umhüllt in einer halbdunklen Zimmerecke sinnend saß. Wie hatte er sich gebefroh auf diesen Weihnachtsabend gefreut, den ersten ohne Gegenwartssorgen und ohne Bangen für die Zukunft. Und jetzt war ein Mißklang in den Festjubel gekommen, hatte ein kühler Hauch den Glanz des Abends getrübt. Ein Mißklang, fragte er sich selbst, und in seinem Herzen regte es sich warm und weich. Abwehrend aber stellten sich trotzige Gedanken davor. Da kam Frau Hermer und lächelte ihn an. Wie leichtes Gewölk im Sonnenbrande verschwanden nun jene glückfeindlichen Gedanken, und sein Herzen tat sich auf, weit und froh und tief. Aber er verhielt sich still, sah nur das sonnige Lächeln, das er so sehr kannte. Hatte es ihm doch früher so oft die Kraft gegeben, alles von sich abzuschütteln und rüstig weiterzuschreiten, trotzmutig einer ungewissen Zukunft entgegen. Sie erfaßte seine Hand und drückte sie warm, dabei flüsterte sie, so soll's immer bleiben, nicht wahr? Ja, antwortete er schnell und setzte hastig hinzu, ich schäme mich. Früher war unser Empfinden bedroht von Sorg und Kummer, die auf das Gemüt wirken wie Frost und Reif auf die Blumen und Saaten. Und jetzt hätte ich bald den Mehltau des Plattenphilistertums drüber geschüttet. Verzeih mir, Es waren die Bocksprünge des Glückberauschten, der Übermut des Befreiten. Du und die Kinder, ihr habt mich wieder auf den rechten Weg gebracht. Im Weihnachtszauber habe ich mich selbst wiedergefunden. Frau Hermer erwiderte nichts. Sie lehnte nur ihr Haupt an seine Brust und drückte wieder seine Hand. Ihr Auge war feucht geworden und ihr Herz erglühte in dem frohen Bewußtsein, ihr ungetrübtes Glück in ihrer und ihres Mannes Brust vertrauensstark gefestigt zu wissen gegen alle Stürme des Lebens. Dieses großen, stolzen Gefühls voll gingen sie schweigend zu den Kindern. Die saßen unter dem Baume und sprachen eifrig und selbstvergessen von dem Märchenleben ihrer Lieblinge, die nun alle Jahre getreulich wiederkamen. Und als die Kinder herangewachsen endlich wussten, wer sie eigentlich immer wieder brachte und geheimnisvoll verbarg, da hatten sie lieber als je zuvor. End of Weihnachtszauber bei Adolf Schweier. Read by Ellie.
The Thin Santa Claus, The Chicken Yard That Was a Christmas Stocking, by Ellis Parker Butler, read in English by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina.
This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Mrs. Gratz opened her eyes and looked out at the drizzle that made the Christmas morning gray. Her bed stood against the window, and it was easy for her to look out. All she had to do was to roll over and pull the shade aside. Having looked at the weather, she rolled again onto the broad flat of her back and made herself comfortable for a while, for there was no reason why she should get up until she felt like it. "Such a Christmas," she said good-naturedly to herself. "I guess such weathers is bad for Santy Claus. Maybe it is because of such weathers he don't come by my house. I don't blame him. So muddy." She let her eyes close indolently. Not yet was she hungry enough to imagine the tempting odor of fried bacon and eggs, and she idly slipped into sleep again. She was in no hurry. She was never in a hurry. What is the use of being in a hurry when you own a good little house and have money in the bank and are a widow? What is the use of being in a hurry anyway? Mrs. Gratz was always placid and fat, and she always had been. What is the use of having money in the bank and a good little house if you are not placid and fat? Mrs. Gratz lay on her back and slept, placidly and fatly, with her mouth open, as if she expected Santa Claus to pass by and drop a present into it. Her dreams were pleasant. It was no disappointment to Mrs. Gratz that Santa Claus had not come to her house. She had not expected him. She did not even believe in him. Yes, she had told Mrs. Flannery next door, as she handed a little parcel of toys over the fence for the little Flannerys, "Once I believes in such a Santy Claus myself yet. I make me pretty good times then. But now I'm too old. I don't believe in such things, but I make pretty good times still. I have a good little house and money in the bank." Suddenly Mrs. Gratz closed her mouth and opened her eyes. She smelled imaginary bacon frying. She felt real hunger. She slid out of bed and began to dress herself, and she had just buttoned her red flannel petticoat around her wide waist when she heard a silence and paused. For a full minute she stood, trying to realize what the silence meant. The English sparrows were chirping as usual and making enough noise, but through their bickerings the silence still annoyed Mrs. Gratz. And then, quite suddenly again, she knew. Her chickens were not making their usual morning racket. "I bet you I know what it is, sure," she said, and continued to dress as placidly as before. When she went down she found that she had won the bet. A week before, 2 chickens had been stolen from her coop, and she had had a strong padlock put on the chicken house. Now the padlock was pried open, and the chicken house was empty, and 9 hens and a rooster were gone. Mrs. Gratz stooped and entered the low gate and surveyed the vacant chicken yard placidly. If they were gone, they were gone. "Such a Santy Claus," she said good-naturedly. "I don't like such a Santy Claus, taking away and not bringing. Pretty soon he don't have such a good name any more if he keep up doing things like this. People likes the bringing Santy Claus. I guess they don't think much of the taking away business. He gets a bad name quick enough if he does this much." She turned to bend her head to look into the vacant chicken house and stood still. She put out her foot and touched something her eyes had lighted upon, and the thing moved. It was a purse of worn black leather, soaked by the drizzle, but still holding the bend that comes to men's purses when worn long in a back trouser pocket. One end of the purse was muddy and pressed deep into the soft soil where a heel had tramped on it. Mrs. Gratz bent and picked it up. There was $900 in bills in the purse. Mrs. Gratz stood still while she counted the bills, and as she counted her hands began to tremble, and her knees shook, and she sank on the door-sill of the chicken house and laughed until the tears rolled down her face. Occasionally she stopped to wipe her eyes, and the flood of laughter gradually died away into ripples of intermittent giggles that were like sobs after sorrow. Mrs. Gratz had no great sense of humor, but she could see the fun of finding $900. It was enough to make her laugh, so she laughed. "Goodness, such a Santy Claus!" she exclaimed with a final sigh of pleasure. "Such a Christmas present from Santy Claus! No wonder he is so fat, yet when he eats 10 chickens in one night already. But I don't kick. I like me that Santy Claus all right. I believes in him pretty good after this, I bet." She went at once to tell Mrs. Flannery, and Mrs. Flannery was far more excited about it than Mrs. Gratz had been. She said it was the hand of retribution paying back the chicken thief, and the hand of justice repaying Mrs. Gratz for sending toys to the little Flannerys, and pure luck giving Mrs. Gratz what she always got, and a number of other things. "'Tis the luck o' ye, Mrs. Gratz, ma'am," she said, "and often I do be sayin' it is the Dutch for luck, meanin' no disrespect to ye, and the fatter the luckier, as I often told me old man, rest his soul, and him so thin. And Christmas mornin' at that, ma'am, which is nothin' at all but the judgment of Heaven on the dirty chicken thief, pickin' such a day for his thievin', when there's plenty other days in the year for him. Keep the money, ma'am, for it is yours by good rights, and I knew there would be some good come till ye the minute ye handed me the presents for the kids. The good folks sure all gits their reward in this world, only some don't, and I'm only sorry mine is a pig instead of chickens, but not wishin' you hadn't the money yourself at all. But who would come to steal a pig, and them such loud squealers? And who do you suspicion it was, Mrs. Gratz, ma'am?" "I think maybe I got me a present from Santy Claus, yes?" said Mrs. Gratz. "And hear the woman," said Mrs. Flannery. "Do ye hear that now? Well, true for ye, ma'am, and stick to it, for there's no tellin' who'll be claimin' the money, and if ever Santy Claus brought a thing to a mortal soul, it was him brought ye that. And it was only yesterday you was sayin' you had no belief in him." "Yesterday I don't have no beliefs in him," said Mrs. Gratz. "Today I have plenty of beliefs in him. I like him plenty. I don't care if he comes every year." "Sure not," said Mrs. Flannery. "And you with the $900 in your pocket. I'd be glad of the chanst. I believe in him myself for 450. That afternoon Mrs. Flannery, whose excitement had not abated in the least, went over to Mrs. Gratz's to spend the afternoon talking to her about the money. She felt that it was good to be that near it, at any rate, and when one can make a whole afternoon's conversation out of what Mrs. Casey said to Mrs. O'Reilly about Mrs. McNally, it is a shame to miss a chance to talk about $900. Mrs. Flannery was rocking violently and talking rapidly, and Mrs. Gratz was slowly moving her rocker and answering in monosyllables, when someone knocked at the door. Mrs. Gratz answered the knock. Her visitor was a tall, thin man, and he had a slouch hat, which he held in his hands as he talked. He seemed nervous, and his face wore a worried look, extremely worried. He looked like a man who had lost $900, but he did not look like Santa Claus. He was thinner and not so jolly looking. At first Mrs. Gratz had no idea that Santa Claus was standing before her, for he did not have a sleigh bell about him, and he had left his red cotton coat with a white batting trimming at home. He stood in the door, playing with his hat, unable to speak. He seemed to have some delicacy about beginning. "Well, what it is?" said Mrs. Gratz. Her visitor pulled himself together with an effort. "Well, ma'am, I'll tell you," he said frankly. "I'm a chicken buyer. I buy chickens. That's my business, dealing in poultry. So I came out today to buy some chickens." "On Christmas Day?" asked Mrs. Gratz. "Well," said the man, moving uneasily from one foot to the other, "I did come on Christmas Day, didn't I? I don't deny that, ma'am. I did come on Christmas Day. I'd like to go out and have a look at your chickens." "It ain't so usual for buyers to come buying chickens on Christmas Day, is it?" interposed Mrs. Gratz good-naturedly. "Well, no, it ain't, and that's a fact," said the man uneasily. "But I always do. The people I buy chickens for is just as apt to want to eat chicken one day as another day, and more so. Turkey on Christmas Day and chicken the next, for a change. That's what they always tell me. So I have to buy chickens every day. I hate to, but I have to. And if I could just go out and look around your chicken yard." It was right there that Mrs. Gratz had a suspicion that Santa Claus stood before her. "But I don't sell such a chicken yard yet," she said. The man wiped his forehead. "Sure not," he said nervously. "I was going to say, look around your chicken yard and see the chickens. I can't buy chickens without I see them, can I? Some folks might, but I can't with the kind of customers I've got. I've got mighty particular customers, and I pay extra prices so as to get the best for them. And when I go out and look around the chicken yard—" "How much you pay for such nice, big, fat chickens, maybe?" asked Mrs. Gratz. "Well, I'll tell you," said the man. 7 cents a pound is regular, ain't it? Well, I pay 12. I'll give you 12 cents, and pay you right now, and take all the chickens you've got. That's my rule. But if you want to let me go out and see the chickens first, and pick out the kind my regular customers like, I pay 20 cents a pound. But I won't pay 20 cents without I can see the chickens first." "Sure," said Mrs. Gratz. "I wouldn't do it too. Maybe I go out and bring in a couple such chickens for you to look at. Yes?" "No, don't," said the man impulsively. "Don't do it. It wouldn't be no good. I've got to see the chickens on the hoof, as I might say." "On the hoofs," said Mrs. Gratz. "Such poultry don't have no hoofs." "Running around," explained the visitor. "Running around in the coop. I can tell if a chicken has got any disease that my trade wouldn't like, if I see it running around in the coop. There's a lot in the way a chicken runs. In the way it heists up its leg, for instance. That's what the trade calls on the hoof. So I'll just go out and have a look around the coop. For 20 cents a pound anybody could let buyers see their chickens on the hoof, I guess," said Mrs. Gratz. "Now that's the way to talk," exclaimed the man. "But I ain't got any such chickens," said Mrs. Gratz. "So it ain't of use to look how they walk. So good-bye." "Now, say," said the man, but Mrs. Gratz closed the door in his face. "I guess such a Santy Claus come back yet," said Mrs. Gratz when she went into the room where Mrs. Flannery was sitting. "But it ain't any use. He don't leave many more such presents." "The impudence of him!" exclaimed Mrs. Flannery. "For $900 I could be impudent too," said Mrs. Gratz calmly. "But I don't like such nowadays Santy Clauses, coming back all the time. Once, when I believes in Santy Clauses, they don't come back so much." The thin Santa Claus had not gone far. He had crossed the street and stood gazing at Mrs. Grotz's door, and now he crossed again and knocked. Mrs. Gratz arose and went to the door. "I believe he comes back once yet," she said to Mrs. Flannery, and opened the door. He had indeed come back. "Now see here," he said briskly. "Ain't your name Mrs. Gratz? Well, I knowed it was, and I knowed you was a widow lady, and that's why I said I was a chicken buyer. I didn't want to frighten you, but I ain't no chicken buyer." "No?" asked Mrs. Gratz. "No, I ain't. I just said that so I could get a look at your chicken yard. I've got to see it. What I am is chicken house inspector for the 9th Ward, and the mayor sent me up here to inspect your chicken house, and I've got to do it before I go away or lose my job. I'll go right out now, and it'll all be over in a minute." "I guess it ain't some use," said Mrs. Gratz. "I guess I don't keep any more chickens. They go too easy. Yesterday I have plenty, and today I haven't any." "That's it," said the thin Santa Claus. "That's just it. That's the way tuberculosis bugs act, quick like that. They're a bad epidemic, tuberculosis bugs is. You see how they act. Yesterday you have chickens, and last night the tuberculosis bugs gets at them, and this morning they've eat them all up." "Goodness!" exclaimed Mrs. Gratz without emotion. "With the feathers and the bones, too?" "Sure," said the thin Santa Claus. "Why, them tuberculosis bugs is perfectly ravenous. Once they get started they eat feathers and bones and feet and all. A chicken hasn't no chance at all. That's why the mayor sent me up here. He heard all your chickens was gone, and gone quick, and he says to me, 'Tuberculosis bugs.' That's what he says, and he says, 'You ain't doing your duty. You ain't inspecting Mrs. Gratz's chicken coop. You go and do it, or you're fired, see?' He says that, and he says, 'You inspect Mrs. Gratz's coop and you kill off them bugs before they get into her house and eat her all up, bones and all.'" "And feathers?" asked Mrs. Gratz calmly. "No, he didn't say feathers. This ain't nothing to fool about. It's serious. So I'll go right out and have a look and—" "I guess such bugs ain't been in my coop last night," said Mrs. Gratz carelessly. "I ain't afraid of such bugs in winter time." "Well, that's where you make your mistake," said the thin Santa Claus. "Winter is just the bad time for them bugs. The more a tuberculosis bug freezes up, the more dangerous it is. In summer they ain't so bad. They're soft like and squash up when a chicken gets them. But in winter they freeze up hard and get brittle. Then a chicken comes along and grabs one, and it busts into 1,000 pieces, and each piece turns into a new tuberculosis bug and busts into 1,000 pieces, and so on, and the chicken gets all filled full of tuberculosis bugs before it knows it. When a chicken snaps up one tuberculosis bug, it has 1,000,000 in it inside of half an hour, and that chicken don't last long, and when the bugs make for the house— What's that on your dress there now?" Mrs. Gratz looked at her arm indifferently. "Notting," she said. "I thought maybe it was a tuberculosis bug had got on you already," said the thin Santa Claus. "If it was, you would be all eat up inside of half an hour. Them bugs is awful rapacious." "Yes?" inquired Mrs. Gratz with interest. "Such strong bugs, too, is it not?" "You bet they are strong," began the stranger. "I should think so," interrupted Mrs. Gratz, "to smash up padlocks on such chicken houses. You make me afraid of such bugs. I don't dare let you go out there to get your bones and feet all eat up by them. I guess not." "Well, you see," said the thin Santa Claus, puzzled, and then he cheered up. "You see, I ain't afraid of them. I've been fumigated against them. Fumigated and anti-skepticized. I've been vaccinated against them by the Board of Health. I'll show you the mark on my arm if you want to see it." "No, don't," said Mrs. Gratz. "I let you go and look in that chicken coop if you want to, but it ain't no use. There ain't nothing there." The thin Santa Claus paused and looked at Mrs. Gratz with suspicion. "Why, did you find it?" he asked. "Find what?" asked Mrs. Gratz, innocently, and the thin Santa Claus sighed and walked around to the back of the house. Mrs. Gratz went with him. As Mrs. Gratz watched, the thin man searched the chicken yard for tuberculosis bugs. All doubt that he was her Santa Claus left her mind. He made a most minute investigation, but he did it more as a man might search for a lost purse than as a health officer would search for germs. He even got down on his hands and knees and poked under the chicken house with a stick, and, when he had combed the chicken yard thoroughly and had looked all through the chicken house, he even searched the denuded vegetable garden in the back yard and looked over the fence into Mrs. Flannery's yard. Evidently he was not pleased with his investigation, for he did not even say good-bye to Mrs. Gratz, but went away looking mad and cross. When Mrs. Gratz went into her house, she took her seat in her rocking chair and began rocking herself calmly and slowly. "It was him done it, sure," said Mrs. Flannery. "I don't like such come-agains much," said Mrs. Gratz placidly. "I try me to believe in such a Santy Claus, but I like not such come-agains. In Germany, did not Santy Claus come back so much? I don't like a Santy Claus should be so anxious. Still, I believes in him, but if he has too many such come-agains, I don't believe in him much." "I would be setting the police on him, Santy Claus or no Santy Claus," said Mrs. Flannery vindictively. "The mean chicken thief." "Oh," said Mrs. Gratz easily, "I guess I don't care much should a $900 Santy Claus steal some chickens. I ain't mad." But she was a little provoked when another knock came at the door a few minutes later, and when on opening it she saw the thin Santa Claus before her again. "So," she said, "Santy Claus is back yet once." "What's that?" asked the man suspiciously. "I say, what is it you want?" said Mrs. Gratz. "Oh," said the man. "Well, I ain't a-going to fool with you no longer, Mrs. Gratz. I'm a-going to tell you right out what I am and who I am. I'm a detective of the police, and I'm looking up a mighty bad character." "I guess I know right where you can find one," said Mrs. Gratz politely. "Now don't be funny," said the thin Santa Claus peevishly. "Maybe you notice I didn't say nothing when you spoke about that padlock being busted. Maybe you noticed how careful I looked over your chicken coop, and how I looked over the fence into the next yard? Well, I won't fool you. I ain't no chicken yard inspector, and I ain't no chicken buyer. Them was just my detective disguises. I'm out detecting a chicken thief. Just a plain, ordinary chicken thief, and what I come for is clues." "Yes," said Mrs. Gratz. "And what is it, such clues? I haven't any clues." The thin Santa Claus seemed provoked. "Now look here," he said. "You may think this is funny, but it isn't. I have got to catch that chicken thief or I'll lose my job, and I can't catch him unless I have some clues to catch him with. Now, didn't you have some chickens stolen last night?" "Chickens?" asked Mrs. Gratz. No, I didn't have chickens stolen. Such tuberculosis bugs eat them, with feathers too, and bones, right off the hoofs. Ain't it a pity?" It may have been a blush of shame, but it was more like a flush of anger that overspread the face of the thin Santa Claus. He stared hard at the placid German face of Mrs. Gratz, and decided she was too stupid to mean it, that she was not teasing him. "You don't catch on," he said. "You see, there ain't any such things as tuberculosis bugs. I just made that up as a sort of detective disguise. Them chickens wasn't eat by no bugs at all. They was stole. See? A chicken thief come right into the coop and stole them. Do you think any kind of a bug could pry off a padlock?" Mrs. Gratz seemed to let this sink into her mind and to revolve there, and get to feeling at home, before she answered. "No," she said at length, "I guess not. But Santa Claus could do it. Such a big fat man. Sure he could do it." "Why, you—" began the thin man crossly, and then changed his tone. "There ain't no such thing as Santy Claus," he said as one might speak to a child, but even a chicken thief would not tell a child such a thing, I hope. "No?" queried Mrs. Gratz sadly. "No Santy Claus. And I was scared of it myself with such tuberculosis bugs around. He should not to have gone into such a chicken coop with so many bugs busting up all over. He had a right to have fumigated himself once, and now he ain't. He's all eat up, on the hoof, bones and feet and all, and such a kind man, too." The thin Santa Claus frowned. He had half an idea that Mrs. Gratz was fooling with him, and when he spoke it was crisply. "Now see here," he said. "Last night somebody broke into your chicken coop and stole all your chickens. I know that. And he's been stealing chickens all around this town, and all around this part of the country, too, and I know that. And this stealing has got to stop. I've got to catch that thief. And to catch him I've got to have a clue. A clue is something he has left around, or dropped, where he was stealing. Now, did that chicken thief drop any clues in your chicken yard? That's what I want to know. Did he drop any clues?" "Maybe, if he drops some clues, those tuberculosis bugs eat them up," suggested Mrs. Gratz. "They eats bones and feathers. Maybe they eat clues too." "Now, ain't that smart?" sneered the thin Santa Claus. "Don't you think you're funny? But I'll tell you the clue I'm looking for. Did that thief drop a pocketbook or anything like that?" "Oh, a pocketbook," said Mrs. Gratz. "How much should be in such a pocketbook, maybe?" $900, said the thin Santa Claus promptly. "Goodness!" exclaimed Mrs. Gratz. "So much money all in one clues. Come out to the chicken yard once. I'll help hunt for clues too." The thin Santa Claus stood a minute looking doubtfully at Mrs. Gratz. Her face was large and placid and unemotional. "Well," he said with a sigh, "it ain't much use, but I'll try it again." When he had gone, after another close search of the chicken yard and coop, Mrs. Gratz returned to her friend, Mrs. Flannery. "Pretty soon I don't believe any more in Santy Claus at all," she said. "Pretty soon I have more beliefs in chicken thieves than in Santy Claus. Yet a while I beliefs in him, but one more of those come agains and I don't." "He'll not be coming back any more," said Mrs. Flannery positively. "I'm wondering he came at all, and the jail's so handy. All you have to do is to call a cop." "Sure," said Mrs. Gratz. "But it is not nice I should put Santy Claus in jail. Such a liberal Santy Claus, too." "Have it your own way, ma'am," said Mrs. Flannery. "I'll own 'tis some different when chickens is stole. 'Tis hard to expend the affections on a bunch of chickens, but if anyone was to steal my pig, to jail he would go, Santy Claus or no Santy Claus. Not but what you have a kind heart anyway, ma'am, not wanting to put the poor fellow in jail when he has already lost $900, which, goodness knows, you might have to hand back, was the law to take a hand in it." "So," said Mrs. Gratz, "such is the law yet. All right, I don't believe in chicken thieves, no matter how much he comes again. I stick me to Santa Claus. Always will I believe in Santa Claus. Chicken thieves gives and wants to take away again, but Santa Claus is always giving and never taking." "You're forgetting the chickens that was took," suggested Mrs. Flannery. "Took," said Mrs. Gratz. "Tooken," Mrs. Flannery corrected. "Tooked," said Mrs. Gratz. "I believes me not in Santa Claus that way. I believes he is a good old man. For givings, I believes in Santa Claus, but for takings I believes in tuberclosis bugs." "And the busted padlock, then?" asked Mrs. Flannery. "Ach!" exclaimed Mrs. Gratz. "Them reindeers is so frisky yet. They have a right to kick up and bust it, maybe." Mrs. Flannery sighed. "'Tis a grand thing to have faith, ma'am," she said. "Yes," said Mrs. Gratz indolently. "That's nice. And it is nice to have $900 more in the bank, ain't it?" The end of The Thin Santa Claus.
What Christmas Is as We Grow Older. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. What Christmas Is as We Grow Older by Charles Dickens. Time was, with most of us, when Christmas Day, encircling all our limited world like a magic ring, left nothing out for us to miss or seek, bound together all our home enjoyments, affections, and hopes, grouped everything and everyone around the Christmas fire, and made the little picture shining in our bright young eyes complete. Time came, perhaps, all so soon, when our thoughts overleaped that narrow boundary, when there was some one very dear, we thought then, very beautiful, and absolutely perfect, wanting to the fullness of our happiness, when we were wanting too, or we thought so, which did just as well, at the Christmas hearth by which that some one sat, and when we intertwined with every wreath and garland of our life that some one's name. That was the time for the bright visionary Christmases which have long arisen from us to show faintly, after summer rain, in the palest edges of the rainbow. That was the time for the beautified enjoyment of things that were to be, and never were, and yet the things that were so real in our resolute hope that it would be hard to say now what realities, achieved since, have been stronger. What? Did that Christmas never really come when we and the priceless pearl who was our young choice were received, after the happiest of totally impossible marriages, by the two united families previously at daggers drawn in our account? When brothers and sisters-in-law, who had always been rather cool to us before our relationship was effected, perfectly doted on us, and when fathers and mothers overwhelmed us with unlimited incomes? Was that Christmas dinner never really eaten, after which we arose, and generously and eloquently rendered honor to our late rival, present in the company, then and there exchanging friendship and forgiveness, and founding an attachment, not to be surpassed in Greek or Roman story, which subsisted until death? Has that same rival long ceased to care for that same priceless pearl, and married for money, and become usurious? Above all, do we really know now that we should probably have been miserable if we had won and worn the pearl, and that we are better without her? That Christmas, when we had recently achieved so much fame, when we had been carried in triumph somewhere, for doing something great and good, when we had won and honored and ennobled name, and arrived and were received at home in a shower of tears of joy, is it possible that that Christmas has not come yet? And is our life here, at the best, so constituted that, pausing as we advance at such a noticeable milestone in the track as this great birthday, we look back on the things that never were, as naturally and full as gravely as on the things that have been and are gone, or have been and still are? If it be so, and so it seems to be, must we come to the conclusion that life is little better than a dream, and little worth the loves and strivings that we crowd into it? No! Far be such miscalled philosophy from us, dear reader, on Christmas Day. Nearer and closer to our hearts be the Christmas spirit, which is the spirit of active usefulness, perseverance, cheerful discharge of duty, kindness, and forbearance. It is in the last virtues especially that we are, or should be, strengthened by the unaccomplished visions of our youth. For who shall say that they are not our teachers to deal gently even with the impalpable nothings of the earth? Therefore, as we grow older, let us be more thankful that the circle of our Christmas associations, and of the lessons that they bring, expands. Let us welcome every one of them, and summon them to take their places by the Christmas hearth. Welcome, old aspirations, glittering creatures of an ardent fancy, to your shelter underneath the holly. We know you, and have not outlived you yet. Welcome, old projects and old loves, however fleeting, to your nooks among the steadier lights that burn around us. Welcome, all that was ever real to our hearts, and for the earnestness that made you real, thanks to heaven. Do we build no Christmas castles in the clouds now? Let our thoughts, fluttering like butterflies among these flowers of children, bear witness. Before this boy there stretches out a future, brighter than we ever looked on in our old romantic time, but bright with honor and with truth. Around this little head on which the sunny curls lie heaped, the Graces sport, as prettily, as airily as when there was no scythe within the reach of time to shear away the curls of our first love. Upon another girl's face, near it, placider but smiling bright, a quiet and contented little face, we see home fairly written. Shining from the word, as rays shine from a star, we see how, when our graves are old, other hopes than ours are young, other hearts than ours are moved, how other ways are smoothed, how other happiness blooms, ripens, and decays. No, not decays, for other homes and other bands of children, not yet in being, nor for ages yet to be, arise and bloom and ripen to the end of all. Welcome, everything! Welcome, alike, what has been, and what never was, and what we hope may be, to your shelter underneath the holly, to your places round the Christmas fire, where what is sits open-hearted. In yonder shadow do we see obtruding furtively upon the blaze an enemy's face? By Christmas Day we do forgive him. If the injury he has done us may admit of such companionship, let him come here and take his place. If otherwise, unhappily, let him go hence, assured that we will never injure nor accuse him. On this day we shut out nothing. Pause, says a low voice. Nothing? Think. On Christmas Day we will shut out from our fireside nothing. Not the shadow of a vast city, where the withered leaves are lying deep, the voice replies. Not the shadow that darkens the whole globe. Not the shadow of the city of the dead. Not even that. Of all days in the year we will turn our faces towards that city upon Christmas Day, and from its silent hosts bring those we loved among us. City of the dead, in the blessed name wherein we are gathered together at this time, and in the presence that is here among us according to the promise, we will receive and not dismiss thy people who are dear to us. Yes, we can look upon these children angels that alight so solemnly, so beautifully, among the living children by the fire, and can bear to think how they departed from us. Entertaining angels, unawares, as the patriarchs did, the playful children are unconscious of their guests, but we can see them, can see a radiant arm around one favorite neck, as if there were a tempting of that child away. Among the celestial figures there is one, a poor, misshapen boy on earth, of a glorious beauty now, of whom his dying mother said it grieved her much to leave him here, alone, for so many years as it was likely would elapse before he came to her, being such a little child. But he went quickly, and was laid upon her breast, and in her hand she leads him. There was a gallant boy, who fell, far away, upon a burning sand beneath a burning sun, and said, "Tell them at home, with my last love, how much I could have wished to kiss them at once, but that I died contented and had done my duty." Or there was another, over whom they read the words, "Therefore we commit his body to the deep," and so consigned him to the lonely ocean and sailed on. Or there was another, who lay down to his rest in the dark shadow of great forests, and on earth awoke no more. Oh, shall they not, from sand and sea and forest, be brought home at such a time? There was a dear girl, almost a woman, never to be one, who made a mourning Christmas in a house of joy, and went her trackless way to the silent city. Do we recollect her, worn out, faintly whispering what could not be heard, and falling into that last sleep for weariness? Oh, look upon her now! Oh, look upon her beauty, her serenity, her changeless youth, her happiness! The daughter of Jairus was recalled to life, to die, but she, more blessed, has heard the same voice, and sang unto her, "Arise forever." We had a friend who was our friend from early days, with whom we often pictured the changes that were to come upon our lives, and merrily imagined how we would speak and walk and think and talk when we came to be old. His destined habitation in the city of the dead received him in his prime. Shall he be shut out from our Christmas remembrance? Would his love have so excluded us? Lost friend, lost child, lost parent, sister, brother, husband, wife, we will not so discard you. You shall hold your cherished places in our Christmas hearts, and by our Christmas fires, and in the season of immortal hope, and on the birthday of immortal mercy, we will shut out nothing. The winter sun goes down over town and village. On the sea it makes a rosy path, as if the sacred tread were fresh upon the water. A few more moments, and it sinks, and night comes on, and lights begin to sparkle in the prospect. On the hillside, beyond the shapelessly diffused town, and in the quiet keeping of the trees that gird the village steeple, remembrances are cut in stone, planted in common flowers, growing in grass, entwined with lowly brambles around many a mound of earth. In town and village there are doors, and windows closed against the weather. There are flaming logs heaped high, there are joyful faces, there is healthy music of voices, but all ungentleness and harm excluded from the temples of the household gods, but be those remembrances admitted with tender encouragement. They are of the time and all its comforting and peaceful reassurances, and of the history that reunited even upon earth the living and the dead, and of the broad beneficence and goodness that too many men have tried to tear to narrow shreds. End of What Christmas Is as We Grow Older, by Charles Dickens.
A Christmas Mystery, the story of Three Wise Men, by William J. Locke, read in English. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Three men who had gained great fame and honour throughout the world met unexpectedly in front of the bookstall at Paddington Station. Like most of the great ones of the earth, they were personally acquainted, and they exchanged surprised greetings. Sir Angus MacCurdy, the eminent physicist, scowled at the two others beneath his heavy black eyebrows. "I'm going to a God-forsaken place in Cornwall called Trehenna," said he. "That's odd, so am I," croaked Professor Biggleswade. He was a little untidy man, with round spectacles, a fringe of greyish beard, and a weak, rasping voice, and he knew more of Assyriology than any man living or dead. A flippant pupil once remarked that the Professor's face was furnished with a Babylonic cuneiform in lieu of features. "People call Deverill at Foolis Castle?" asked Sir Angus. "Yes," replied Professor Biggleswade. "How curious! I'm going to the Deverills too," said the third man. This man was the Right Honourable Viscount Doyne, the renowned empire builder and administrator, around whose solitary and remote life popular imagination had woven many legends. He looked at the world through tired grey eyes, and the heavy, drooping blonde moustache seemed tired too, and had dragged down the tired face into deep furrows. He was smoking a long black cigar. "I suppose we may as well travel down together," said Sir Angus, not very cordially. Lord Doyne said courteously, "I have a reserved carriage. The railway company is always good enough to place one at my disposal. It would give me great pleasure if you would share it." The invitation was accepted, and the three men crossed the busy, crowded platform to take their seats in the great express train. A porter, laden with an incredible load of paraphernalia, trying to make his way through the press, happened to jostle Sir Angus MacCurdy. He rubbed his shoulder fretfully. "Why the whole land should be turned into a bear garden on account of this exploded superstition of Christmas is one of the anomalies of modern civilization. Look at this insensate welter of fools travelling in wild herds to disgusting places merely because it's Christmas." "You seem to be travelling yourself, MacCurdy," said Lord Doyne. "Yes, and why the devil I'm doing it I've not the faintest notion," replied Sir Angus. "It's going to be a beast of a journey," he remarked some moments later, as the train carried them slowly out of the station. "The whole country is under snow, and as far as I can understand, we had to change twice and wind up with a 20-mile motor drive." He was an iron-faced, beetle-browed, stern man, and this morning he did not seem to be in the best of tempers. Finding his companions inclined to be sympathetic, he continued his lamentation. "And merely because it's Christmas, I've had to shut up my laboratory and give my young fools a holiday, just when I was in the midst of a most important series of experiments." Professor Biggleswade, who had heard vaguely of and rather looked down upon such new-fangled toys as radium and thorium and helium and argon, for the latest astonishing developments in the theory of radioactivity had brought Sir Angus MacCurdy his world-wide fame, said somewhat ironically, "If the experiments were so important, why didn't you lock yourself up with your test tubes and electric batteries and finish them alone?" "Man," said MacCurdy, bending across the carriage and speaking with a curious intensity of voice, "d'ye know I'd give £100 to be able to answer that question." "What do you mean?" asked the Professor, startled. "I should like to know why I'm sitting in this damn train and going to visit a couple of addle-headed society people whom I'm scarcely acquainted with, when I might be at home in my own good company, furthering the progress of science." I myself," said the Professor, "am not acquainted with them at all." It was Sir Angus MacCurdy's turn to look surprised. "Then why are ye spending Christmas with them?" "I reviewed a ridiculous blank verse tragedy, written by Deverill, on the death of Sennacherib. Historically, it was puerile. I said so in no measured terms. He wrote a letter claiming to be a poet and not an archaeologist. I replied that the day had passed when poets could, with impunity, commit the abominable crime of distorting history. He retorted with some futile argument, and we went on exchanging letters until his invitation and my acceptance concluded the correspondence." MacCurdy, still bending his black brows on him, asked him why he had not declined. The Professor screwed up his face till it looked more like a cuneiform than ever. He, too, found the question difficult to answer, but he showed a bold front. "I felt it my duty," said he, "to teach that preposterous ignoramus something worth knowing about Sennacherib. Besides, I am a bachelor, and would sooner spend Christmas, as to whose irritating and meaningless annoyance I cordially agree with you, among strangers than among my married sister's numerous and nerve-racking families." Sir Angus MacCurdy, the hard, metallic apostle of radioactivity, glanced for a moment out of the window at the grey, frost-bitten fields. Then he said, "I'm a widower. My wife died many years ago, and, thank God, we had no children. I generally spend Christmas alone." He looked out of the window again. Professor Biggleswade suddenly remembered the popular story of the great scientist's antecedents, and reflected that as MacCurdy had once run a barefoot urchin through the Glasgow mud, he was likely to have little kith or kin. He himself envied MacCurdy. He was always praying to be delivered from his sisters and nephews and nieces, whose embarrassing demands no calculated coldness could repress. "Children are the root of all evil," said he. "Happy the man who has his quiver empty." Sir Angus MacCurdy did not reply at once. When he spoke again, it was with reference to their prospective host. "I met Deverill," said he, "at the Royal Society's soirée this year. One of my assistants was demonstrating a peculiar property of thorium, and Deverill seemed interested. I asked him to come to my laboratory the next day, and found he didn't know a damned thing about anything. That's all the acquaintance I have with him." Lord Doyne, the great administrator, who had been wearily turning over the pages of an illustrated weekly, chiefly filled with flamboyant photographs of obscure actresses, took his gold glasses from his nose and the black cigar from his lips, and addressed his companions. "I've been considerably interested in your conversation," said he, "and as you've been frank, I'll be frank too. I knew Mrs. Deverill's mother, Lady Carstairs, very well years ago, and of course Mrs. Deverill when she was a child. Deverill I came across once in Egypt. He had been sent on a diplomatic mission to Teheran. As for our being invited on such slight acquaintance, little Mrs. Deverill has the reputation of being the only really successful celebrity hunter in England. She inherited the faculty from her mother, who entertained the whole world. We're sure to find archbishops and eminent actors and illustrious divorcees asked to meet us. That's one thing. But why I, who loathe country-house parties and children and Christmas as much as Biggleswade, am going down there to-day, I can no more explain than you can. It's a devilish odd coincidence." The three men looked at one another. Suddenly McCurdy shivered and drew his fur coat around him. "I'll thank you," said he, "to shut that window." "It is shut," said Doyne. "It's just uncanny," said McCurdy, looking from one to the other. "What?" asked Doyne. "Nothing, if you didn't feel it." "There did seem to be a sudden draught," said Professor Biggleswade, "but as both window and door are shut, it could only be imaginary." "It wasn't imaginary," muttered McCurdy. Then he laughed harshly. "My father and mother came from Cromarty," he said with apparent irrelevance. "That's the Highlands," said the Professor. "Aye," said McCurdy. Lord Doyne said nothing, but tugged at his moustache and looked out of the window as the frozen meadows and bits of river and willows raced past. A dead silence fell on them. McCurdy broke it with another laugh, and took a whisky flask from his handbag. "Have a nip?" "Thanks, no," said the Professor. "I have to keep to a strict dietary, and I only drink hot milk and water, and of that sparingly. I have some in a thermos bottle." Lord Doyne also declining the whisky, McCurdy swallowed a dram and declared himself to be better. The Professor took from his bag a foreign review, in which a German sciolist had dared to question his interpretation of a Hittite inscription. Over the man's ineptitude he fell asleep and snored loudly. To escape from his immediate neighbourhood, McCurdy went to the other end of the seat and faced Lord Doyne, who had resumed his gold glasses and his listless contemplation of obscure actresses. McCurdy lit a pipe, Doyne another black cigar. The train thundered on. Presently they all lunched together in the restaurant car. The windows steamed, but here and there through a wiped patch of pane a white world was revealed. The snow was falling. As they passed through Westbury, McCurdy looked mechanically for the famous white horse carved into the chalk of the down, but it was not visible beneath the thick covering of snow. "It'll be just like this all the way to Gehenna, Trehenna, I mean," said McCurdy. Doyne nodded. He had done his life's work amid all extreme fiercenesses of heat and cold, in burning droughts, in simoons, and in icy wildernesses, and a ray or two more of the pale sun or a flake or two more of the gentle snow of England mattered to him but little. But Biggleswade rubbed the pane with his table napkin and gazed apprehensively at the prospect. "If only this wretched train would stop," said he, "I would go back again." And he thought how comfortable it would be to sneak home again to his books, and thus elude not only the Deverells, but the Christmas jollities of his sisters' families, who would think him miles away. But the train was timed not to stop till Plymouth, 235 miles from London, and thither was he being relentlessly carried. Then he quarrelled with his food, which brought a certain consolation. The train did stop, however, before Plymouth, indeed before Exeter. An accident on the line had dislocated the traffic. The express was held up for an hour, and when it was permitted to proceed, instead of thundering on, it went cautiously, subject to continual stoppings. It arrived at Plymouth 2 hours late. The travellers learned that they had missed the connection on which they had counted, and that they could not reach Trehenna till nearly 10 o'clock. After weary waiting at Plymouth, they took their seats in the little, cold, local train that was to carry them another stage on their journey. Hot water cans put in at Plymouth mitigated to some extent the iciness of the compartment, but that only lasted a comparatively short time, for soon they were set down at a desolate, shelterless wayside junction, dumped in the midst of a hilly, snow-covered waste, where they went through another weary wait for another dismal local train that was to carry them to Trehenna. And in this train there were no hot water cans, so that the compartment was as cold as death. McCurdy fretted and shook his fist in the direction of Trehenna. "And when we get there we have still a 20 miles motor drive to Foolis Castle. It's a fool name, and we're fools to be going there." "I shall die of bronchitis," wailed Professor Biggleswade. "A man dies when it is appointed for him to die," said Lord Doyne in his tired way, and he went on smoking long black cigars. "It's not the dying that worries me," said McCurdy. "That's a mere mechanical process which every organic being from a king to a cauliflower has to pass through. It's the being forced against my will and my reason to come on this accursed journey, which something tells me will become more and more accursed as we go on, that is driving me to distraction." "What will be," said Doyne. "I can't see where the comfort of that reflection comes in," said Biggleswade. "And yet you've travelled in the East," said Doyne. "I suppose you know the valley of the Tigris as well as any man living." "Yes," said the Professor. "I can say I dug my way from Tikrit to Baghdad and left not a stone unexamined." "Perhaps, after all," Doyne remarked, "that's not quite the way to know the East." "I never wanted to know the modern East," returned the Professor. "What is there in it of interest compared with the mighty civilizations that have gone before?" McCurdy took a pull from his flask. "I'm glad I thought of having a refill at Plymouth," said he. At last, after many stops at little lonely stations, they arrived at Trehenna. The guard opened the door, and they stepped out onto the snow-covered platform. An oil lamp hung from the tiny penthouse roof that structurally was Trehenna Station. They looked around at the silent gloom of white, undulating moorland, and it seemed a place where no man lived, and only ghosts could have a bleak and unsheltered being. A porter came up and helped the guard with the luggage. Then they realised that the station was built on a small embankment, for, looking over the railing, they saw below the two great lamps of a motor car. A fur-clad chauffeur met them at the bottom of the stairs. He clapped his hands together and informed them cheerily that he had been waiting for 4 hours. It was the bitterest winter in these parts within the memory of man, said he, and he himself had not seen snow there for 5 years. Then he settled the 3 travellers in the great roomy touring car, covered with a Cape Cart hood, wrapped them up in many rugs, and started. After a few moments, the huddling together of their bodies, for, the Professor being a spare man, there was room for them all on the back seat, the pile of rugs, the serviceable and all but airtight hood, induced a pleasant warmth and a pleasant drowsiness. Where they were being driven they knew not. The perfectly upholstered seat eased their limbs, the easy swinging motion of the car soothed their spirits. They felt that already they had reached the luxuriously appointed home which, after all, they knew awaited them. McCurdy no longer railed. Professor Biggleswade forgot the dangers of bronchitis, and Lord Doyne twisted the stump of a black cigar between his lips without any desire to relight it. A tiny electric lamp inside the hood made the darkness of the world to right and left and in front of the talc windows still darker. McCurdy and Biggleswade fell into a doze. Lord Doyne chewed the end of his cigar. The car sped on through an unseen wilderness. Suddenly there was a horrid jolt and a lurch and a leap and a rebound, and then the car stood still, quivering like a ship that has been struck by a heavy sea. The three men were pitched and tossed and thrown sprawling over one another on to the bottom of the car. Biggleswade screamed, McCurdy cursed. Doyne scrambled from the confusion of rugs and limbs, and tearing open the side of the Cape cart hood, jumped out. The chauffeur had also just leapt from his seat. It was pitch dark, save for the great shaft of light down the snowy road cast by the acetylene lamps. The snow had ceased falling. "What's gone wrong?" "It sounds like the axle," said the chauffeur ruefully. He unshipped a lamp and examined the car, which had wedged itself against a great drift of snow on the off side. Meanwhile, McCurdy and Biggleswade had alighted. "Yes, it's the axle," said the chauffeur. "Then we're done," remarked Doyne. "I'm afraid so, my lord." "What's the matter? Can't we get on?" asked Biggleswade in his querulous voice. McCurdy laughed. "How can we get on with a broken axle? The thing's as useless as a man with a broken back. Gad, I was right. I said it was going to be an infernal journey." The little Professor wrung his hands. "But what's to be done?" he cried. "Tramp it," said Lord Doyne, lighting a fresh cigar. "It's 10 miles," said the chauffeur. "It would be the death of me," the Professor wailed. "I utterly refuse to walk 10 miles through a polar waste with a gouty foot," McCurdy declared wrathfully. The chauffeur offered a solution of the difficulty. He would set out alone for Foulis Castle. 5 miles farther on was an inn where he could obtain a horse and trap, and would return for the three gentlemen with another car. In the meanwhile, they could take shelter in a little house which they had just passed, some half-mile up the road. This was agreed to. The chauffeur went on cheerily enough with a lamp, and the three travellers, with another lamp, started off in the opposite direction. As far as they could see, they were in a long, desolate valley, a sort of no-man's land, deathly silent. The eastern sky had cleared somewhat, and they faced a loose wrack through which one pale star was dimly visible. "I'm a man of science," said McCurdy, as they trudged through the snow, "and I dismiss the supernatural as contrary to reason. But I have Highland blood in my veins that plays me exasperating tricks. My reason tells me that this place is only a commonplace moor, yet it seems like a valley of bones, haunted by malignant spirits who have lured us here to our destruction. There's something guiding us now. It's just uncanny." "Why on earth did we ever come?" croaked Biggleswade. Lord Doyne answered, "The Koran says, 'Nothing can befall us but what God hath destined for us.' So why worry?" "Because I'm not a Mohammedan," retorted Biggleswade. "You might be worse," said Doyne. Presently the dim outline of the little house grew perceptible. A faint light shone from the window. It stood unfenced by any kind of hedge or railing, a few feet away from the road in a little hollow beneath some rising ground. As far as they could discern in the darkness when they drew near, the house was a mean, dilapidated hovel. A guttering candle stood on the inner sill of the small window, and afforded a vague view into a mean interior. Doyne held up the lamp so that its rays fell full on the door. As he did so, an exclamation broke from his lips, and he hurried forward, followed by the others. A man's body lay huddled together on the snow by the threshold. He was dressed like a peasant in old corduroy trousers and a rough coat, and a handkerchief was knotted round his neck. In his hand he grasped the neck of a broken bottle. Doyne set the lamp on the ground, and the three bent down together over the man. Close by the neck lay the rest of the broken bottle, whose contents had evidently run out into the snow. "Drunk?" asked Biggleswade. Doyne felt the man, and laid his hand on his heart. "No," said he. "Dead." McCurdy leapt to his full height. "I told you the place was uncanny!" he cried. "It's Fay!" Then he hammered wildly at the door. There was no response. He hammered again till it rattled. This time a faint, prolonged sound, like the wailing of a strange sea creature, was heard from within the house. McCurdy turned round, his teeth chattering. "Did ye hear that, Doyne?" "Perhaps it's a dog," said the Professor. Lord Doyne, the man of action, pushed them aside and tried the door handle. It yielded, the door stood open, and the gust of cold wind entering the house extinguished the candle within. They entered, and found themselves in a miserable stone-paved kitchen, furnished with poverty-stricken meagreness. A wooden chair or two, a dirty table, some broken crockery, old cooking utensils, a fly-blown Missionary Society almanac, and a fireless grate. Doyne set the lamp on the table. "We must bring him in," said he. They returned to the threshold, and as they were bending over to grip the dead man, the same sound filled the air, but this time louder, more intense, a cry of great agony. The sweat dripped from McCurdy's forehead. They lifted the dead man and brought him into the room, and after laying him on a dirty strip of carpet, they did their best to straighten the stiff limbs. Biggleswade put on the table a bundle which he had picked up outside. It contained some poor provisions, a loaf, a piece of fat bacon, and a paper of tea. As far as they could guess, and as they learned later they guessed rightly, the man was the master of the house, who, coming home blind drunk from some distant inn, had fallen at his own threshold and got frozen to death. As they could not unclasp his fingers from the broken bottle neck, they had to let him clutch it, as a dead warrior clutches the hilt of his broken sword. Then suddenly the whole place was rent with another and yet another long, soul-piercing moan of anguish. "There's a second room," said Doyne, pointing to a door. "The sound comes from there." He opened the door, peeped in, and then, returning for the lamp, disappeared, leaving McCurdy and Biggleswade in the pitch darkness with the dead man on the floor. "For heaven's sake, give me a drop of whisky," said the Professor, "or I shall faint." Presently the door opened, and Lord Doyne appeared in the shaft of light. He beckoned to his companions. "It is a woman in childbirth," he said, in his even, tired voice. "We must aid her. She appears unconscious. Does either of you know anything about such things?" They shook their heads, and the three looked at each other in dismay. Masters of knowledge that had won them world-wide fame and honour, they stood helpless, abashed before this, the commonest phenomenon of nature. "My wife had no child," said McCurdy. "I've avoided women all my life," said Biggleswade. "And I've been too busy to think of them. God forgive me," said Doyne. The history of the next 2 hours was one that none of the three men ever cared to touch upon. They did things blindly, instinctively, as men do when they come face to face with the elemental. A fire was made, they knew not how; water drawn, they knew not whence; and a kettle boiled. Doyne, accustomed to command, directed; the others obeyed. At his suggestion, they hastened to the wreck of the car, and came staggering back beneath rugs and travelling bags which could supply clean linen and needful things, for, amid the poverty of the house, they could find nothing fit for human touch or use. Early they saw that the woman's strength was failing, and that she could not live. And there, in that nameless hovel, with death on the hearthstone, and death and life hovering over the pitiful bed, the three great men went through the pain and the horror and squalor of birth. And they knew that they had never yet stood before so great a mystery. With the first wail of the newly born infant, a last convulsive shudder passed through the frame of the unconscious mother. Then 3 or 4 short gasps for breath, and the spirit passed away. She was dead. Professor Biggleswade threw a corner of the sheet over her face, for he could not bear to see it. They washed and dried the child, as any crone of a midwife would have done, and dipped a small sponge, which had always remained unused in a cut-glass bottle in Doyne's dressing-bag, in the hot milk and water of Biggleswade's thermos bottle, and put it to his lips. And then they wrapped him up warm in some of their own woollen undergarments, and took him into the kitchen and placed him on a bed made of their fur coats in front of the fire. As the last piece of fuel was exhausted, they took one of the wooden chairs and broke it up and cast it into the blaze. And then they raised the dead man from the strip of carpet and carried him into the bedroom and laid him reverently by the side of his dead wife, after which they left the dead in darkness and returned to the living. And the 3 grave men stood over the wisp of flesh that had been born a male into the world. Then, their task being accomplished, reaction came, and even Doyne, who had seen death in many lands, turned faint. But the others, losing control of their nerves, shook like men stricken with palsy. Suddenly McCurdy cried in a high-pitched voice, "My God, don't you feel it?" and clutched Doyne by the arm. An expression of terror appeared on his iron features. "There, it's here with us!" Little Professor Biggleswade sat on a corner of the table and wiped his forehead. "I heard it. I felt it. It was like the beating of wings." "It's the 4th time," said McCurdy. "The first time was just before I accepted the Deverell's invitation. The second in the railway carriage this afternoon. The third on the way here. This is the 4th." Biggleswade plucked nervously at the fringe of whisker under his jaws, and said faintly, "It's the 4th time up to now. I thought it was fancy." "I have felt it too," said Doyne. "It is the angel of death." And he pointed to the room where the dead man and woman lay. "For God's sake, let us get away from this!" cried Biggleswade. "And leave the child to die like the others?" said Doyne. "We must see it through," said McCurdy. A silence fell upon them as they sat round in the blaze, with the new-born babe, wrapped in its odd swaddling clothes, asleep on the pile of fur coats, and it lasted until Sir Angus McCurdy looked at his watch. "Good Lord!" said he, "it's 12 o'clock." "Christmas morning," said Biggleswade. "A strange Christmas," mused Doyne. McCurdy put up his hand. "There it is again! The beating of wings!" And they listened like men spellbound. McCurdy kept his hand uplifted and gazed over their heads at the wall, and his gaze was that of a man in a trance, and he spoke: "Unto us a child is born, Unto us a son is given. Doyne sprang from his chair, which fell behind him with a crash. Man, what the devil are you saying? Then McCurdy rose and met Biggleswade's eyes staring at him through the great round spectacles. And Biggleswade turned and met the eyes of Doyne. A pulsation like the beating of wings stirred the air. The three wise men shivered with a queer exaltation. Something strange, mystical, dynamic had happened. It was as if scales had fallen from their eyes, and they saw with a new vision. They stood together humbly, divested of all their greatness, touching one another in the instinctive fashion of children, as if seeking mutual protection, and they looked with one accord, irresistibly compelled, at the child. At last McCurdy unbent his black brows and said hoarsely, "It was not the angel of death, Doyne, but another messenger that drew us here." The tiredness seemed to pass away from the great administrator's face, and he nodded his head with the calm of a man who has come to the quiet heart of a perplexing mystery. "It's true," he murmured. "Unto us a child is born. Unto us a son is given. Unto the three of us." Biggleswade took off his great round spectacles and wiped them. "Gaspar, Melchior, Balthazar. But where are the gold, frankincense, and myrrh?" "In our hearts, man," said McCurdy. The babe cried and stretched its tiny limbs. Instinctively they all knelt down together to discover, if possible, and administer ignorantly to, its wants. The scene had the appearance of an adoration. Then these three wise, lonely, childless men, who, in furtherance of their own greatness, had cut themselves adrift from the sweet and simple things of life, and from the kindly ways of their brethren, and had grown old in unhappy and profitless wisdom, knew that an inscrutable providence had led them, as it had led three wise men of old on a Christmas morning long ago, to a nativity which should give them a new wisdom, a new link with humanity, a new spiritual outlook, a new hope. And when their watch was ended, they wrapped up the babe with precious care, and carried him with them, an inalienable joy and possession, into the great world. End of A Christmas Mystery by William J. Locke.
Karácsonykor by Sándor Petőfi. Read in Hungarian. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Én hozzám is benézett a karácsony. Tán csak azért, hogy bús orcát is lásson, és rajta egy pár reszkető könnyűt. Menj el, karácsony, menj innen sietve, hiszen családok ünnepnapja vagy te, s én magam egyedül vagyok. Meleg szobám meg gondolattól elhűl. Miként a jégcsap függ a házereszről, úgy függ szívemről ez a gondolat. Hely, be nem így volt, nem így néha napján. Ez ünnep sokszor bevígan virrat rám apám, anyám és testvérem között. Ó, aki együtt látta egy családot, nem mindennapi boldogságot látott. Mi boldogok valánk, mert jók valánk. Embert szerettünk, és Istent imádtunk. Akármikor jött a szegény, mi nálunk vigasztalást és kenyeret kapott. Mi lett a díj? Rövid jólét múltával hosszú nagy ínség. tenger, melyen által majd a halálnak révéhez jutunk. De a szegénységén nekem nem fájna. Ha jó családom régi lombos fája úgy állna még, mint áll a hajdonán. Vész jött a fára, mely azt szétszaggatta, egy ág keletre, a másik nyugatra, s északra a törzs, az öreg szülők. Lelkem szülőim, édes jó testvérem, ha én azt a kort újólag megérem, hol mind a négyünk egy asztalhoz ül. Eredj, reménység, menj, maradj magadnak, oly kedves vagy, hogy hinnem kell szavadnak, ám bár tudom, hogy mindig csak hazudsz. Isten veled, te szép családi élet, ki van rám mondva a kemény ítélet, hogy vágyam űzzön, de ne érjen el. Nem nap vagyok én, föld és hold körében, mint vészt jelentő üstökös az égen, magányos pályán búsan bújdosom. End of Karácsonkor by Sándor Petőfi. Read by Diana Meilinger.
The Gospel of Luke, Chapter 1, verses 26 to 56, and Chapter 2, verses 1 to 20. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit us at librivox.org. Read by Ivy Watcher. And in the 6th month the angel Gabriel was sent from God unto a city of Galilee, named Nazareth, to a virgin espoused to a man whose name was Joseph, of the house of David, and the virgin's name was Mary. And the angel came in unto her, and said, Hail, thou that art highly favoured! The Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. And when she saw him, she was troubled at his saying, and cast in her mind what manner of salutation this should be. And the angel said unto her, Fear not, Mary, for thou hast found favour with God. And behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb, and bring forth a son, and shall call his name Jesus. He shall be great, and shall be called the Son of the Highest. And the Lord God shall give unto him the throne of his father David. And he shall reign over the house of Jacob for ever, and of his kingdom there shall be no end. Then Mary said unto the angel, How shall this be, seeing as I know not a man? And the angel answered and said unto her, The Holy Ghost shall come upon thee, and the power of the Highest shall overshadow thee. Therefore also that holy thing which shall be born of thee shall be called the Son of God. And behold, thy cousin Elizabeth, she hath also conceived a son in her old age, and this is the 6th month with her who was called barren. For with God nothing shall be impossible. And Mary said, Behold, the handmaiden of the Lord, be it unto me according to thy word. And the angel departed from her. And Mary arose in those days, and went into the hill country with haste into a city of Judah, and entered into the house of Zacharias, and saluted Elizabeth. And it came to pass that when Elizabeth heard the salutation of Mary, the babe leaped in her womb, and Elizabeth was filled with the Holy Ghost. And she spake out with a loud voice, and said, Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. And whence is this to me, that the mother of my Lord should come to me? For lo, as soon as the voice of thy salutation sounded in mine ears, the babe leaped in my womb for joy. And blessed is she that believed, for there shall be a performance of those things which were told her from the Lord. And Mary said, My soul doth magnify the Lord, and my spirit hath rejoiced in God my Saviour, for he hath regarded the low estate of his handmaiden. For behold, from henceforth all generations shall call me blessed. For he that is mighty hath done to me great things, and holy is his name. And his mercy is on them that fear him from generation to generation. He hath showed strength with his arm, and he hath scattered the proud in the imagination of their hearts. He hath put down the mighty from their seats, and exalted them of low degree. He hath filled the hungry with good things, and the rich he hath sent away empty. He hath holpen his servant Israel, in remembrance of his mercy, as he spake to our fathers, to Abraham, and to his seed for ever. And Mary abode with her about 3 months, and returned to her own house. And it came to pass in those days, that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus, that all the world should be taxed. And this taxing was first made when Cyrenius was governor of Syria. And all went to be taxed, every one unto his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth into Judea, unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, to be taxed with Mary his espoused wife, being great with child. And so it was, that while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flocks by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid. And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Saviour, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God, and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, good will toward men. And it came to pass, as the angels were gone away from them into heaven, the shepherds said to one another, Let us now go even unto Bethlehem, and see this thing which is come to pass, which the Lord hath made known unto us. And they came with haste, and found Mary and Joseph and the babe lying in a manger. And when they had seen it, they made known abroad the saying which was told them concerning this child. And all they that heard it wondered at those things which were told them by the shepherds. But Mary kept all these things, and pondered them in her heart. And the shepherds returned, glorifying and praising God for all the things that they had heard and seen, as it was told unto them. End Gospel of Luke, chapter 1, verses 26 through 56, and chapter 2, verses 1 through 20.
Old Christmas Returned, author unknown, read in English. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. All you that to feasting and mirth are inclined, come, here is good news for to pleasure your mind. Old Christmas is come for to keep open house. He scorns to be guilty of starving a mouse. Then come, boys, and welcome for diet the chief plum pudding, goose, capon, mince pies, and roast beef. A long time together he hath been forgot, they scarce could afford for to hang on the pot. Such miserly sneaking in England hath been, as by our forefathers ne'er used to be seen. But now he's returned, you shall have, in brief, plum pudding, goose, capon, mince pies, and roast beef. The times were ne'er good since old Christmas was fled, and all hospitality hath been so dead, no mirth at our festivals late did appear. They scarcely would part with a cup of March beer. But now you shall have, for the ease of your grief, plum pudding, goose, capon, mince pies, and roast beef. The butler and baker they now may be glad, the times they are mended, though they have been bad. The brewer he likewise may be of good cheer, he shall have good trading for ale and strong beer. All trades shall be jolly, and have for relief plum pudding, goose, capon, mince pies, and roast beef. The holly and ivy about the walls wind, and show that we ought to our neighbours be kind, inviting each other for pastime and sport, and where we best fare, there we most do resort. We fail not for victuals, and that of the chief, plum pudding, goose, capon, minced pies, and roast beef. The cooks shall be busied by day and by night in roasting and boiling for taste and delight. their senses in liquor that's nappy they'll steep, though they be afforded to have little sleep. They still are employed for to dress us, in brief, plum pudding, goose, capon, minced pies, and roast beef. Although the cold weather does hunger provoke, 'tis a comfort to see how the chimneys do smoke. Provision is making for beer, ale, and wine, for all that are willing or ready to dine. Then haste to the kitchen, for diet the chief, plum pudding, goose, capon, minced pies, and roast beef. All travellers, as they do pass on their way, at gentlemen's halls are invited to stay, themselves to refresh, and their horses to rest, since that he must be old Christmas's guest. Nay, the poor shall not want, but have for relief plum pudding, goose, capon, mince pies, and roast beef. Now mock beggar hall it no more shall stand empty, but all shall be furnished with freedom and plenty. The hoarding old misers, who used to preserve the gold in their coffers and see the poor starve, must now spread their tables and give them, in brief, plum pudding, goose, capon, mince pies, and roast beef. The court and the city and country are glad old Christmas is come to cheer up the sad. Broad pieces and guineas about now shall fly, and hundreds be losers by cogging a die, whilst others are feasting with diet the chief, plum pudding, goose, capon, mince pies, and roast beef. Those that have no coin at the cards for to play may sit by the fire and pass time away, and drink of their moisture contented and free. My honest good fellow, come, here is to thee. And when they are hungry, full to their relief, plum pudding, goose, capon, minced pies, and roast beef. Young gallants and ladies shall foot it along, each room in the house to the music shall throng, whilst jolly carouses about they shall pass, and each country swain trip about with his lass. Meantime goes the caterer to fetch in the chief, plum pudding, goose, capon, minced pies, and roast beef. The cooks and the scullion who toil in their frocks, their hopes do depend upon their Christmas box. There are very few that do live on the earth, but enjoy at this time either profit or mirth. Yea, those that are charged to find all relief, plum pudding, goose, capon, minced pies, and roast beef. Then well may we welcome old Christmas to town, who brings us good cheer, and good liquor so brown, to pass the cold winter away with delight. We feasted all day, and we frolic all night. Both hunger and cold we keep out with relief, plum pudding, goose, capon, mince pies, and roast beef. Then let all curmudgeons who dote on their wealth, and value their treasure much more than their health, go hang themselves up if they will be so kind. Old Christmas with them but small welcome shall find. They will not afford to themselves, without grief, plum pudding, goose, capon, minced pies, and roast beef. End of Old Christmas Returned, author unknown. Read by Ruth Golding.
Der Weihnachtsbaum by Ernst Moritz Arndt. Read in German. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Der Weihnachtsbaum. Steht da, der Weihnachtsbaum, wie ein bunter, goldener Traum, spiegelt Unschuld Kinderglück als sein Paradies zurück. Und wir schauen und denken dann, wie uns heut das Heil begann, wie das Kindlein Jesus Christ heut zur Welt geboren ist. Wie das Kind von Himmelsart lag auf Stroh und Halmen hart, wie der Menschheit Hort und Trost, Erdenelend hat erlost. Also stehen und schauen wir Gottes Lust und Gnade her, was uns in dem Kindlein zart alles heut geboren ward. Blüh denn, leuchte, goldener Baum, Erdentraum und Himmelstraum, blüh und leucht in Ewigkeit durch die arme Zeitlichkeit. Sei uns Bild und sei uns Schein, dass wir sollen fröhlich sein, fröhlich durch den süßen Kreis, der des Lebens Leuchte ist. Sei uns Bild und sei uns Schein, dass wir sollen tapfer sein, auf des Lebens Pilgerbahn kämpfend gegen Lug und Wahn. Sei uns Bild und sei uns Schein, dass wir sollen heilig sein, rein wie Licht und himmelklar, wie das Kindlein Jesus war. End of Der Weihnachtsbaum by Ernst Moritz Arndt.
La niña a quien dijo el ángel, by Lope de Vega, read in Spanish. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. La niña a quien dijo el ángel que estaba de gracia llena, cuando de ser de Dios madre le trujo tan altas nuevas. Ya le mira en un pesebre, llorando lágrimas tiernas, que obligándose a ser hombre, también se obliga a sus penas. ¿Qué tenéis, dulce Jesús?, le dice la niña bella. ¿Tan presto sentís mis ojos el dolor de mi pobreza? Yo no tengo otros palacios en que recibiros pueda, sino mis brazos y pechos que os regalan y sustentan. No puedo más, amor mío, porque si yo más pudiera, vos sabéis que vuestros cielos envidiaran mi riqueza. El niño recién nacido no mueve la pura lengua, aunque es la sabiduría de su eterno Padre inmensa. Mas revelándole al alma de la Virgen la respuesta, cubrió de sueño en sus brazos blandamente sus estrellas. Ella entonces, desatando la voz regalada y tierna, así tuvo a su armonía la de los cielos suspensa. Pues andáis en las palmas, ángeles santos, que se duerme mi niño, tened los ramos, palmas de Belén que se mueven airados, los furiosos vientos que suenan tanto. No le hagáis ruido, corred más paso, que se duerme mi niño, tened los ramos. El niño divino que está cansado de llorar en la tierra por su descanso, sosegar quiere un poco del tierno llanto, que se duerme mi niño, tened los ramos. Rigurosos hielos le están cercando, ya veis que no tengo con qué guardarlo. Ángeles divinos que vais volando, que se duerme mi niño, tened los ramos. End of La niña a quien dijo el ángel, by Lope de Vega, read by Marian Martin.
The Legend of the Christmas Tree by Lucy Wheelock, read in English. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Two little children were sitting by the fire one cold winter's night. All at once they heard a timid knock at the door, and one ran to open it. There outside in the cold and the darkness stood a child with no shoes upon his feet, and clad in thin, ragged garments. He was shivering with cold, and he asked to come in and warm himself. "Yes, come," cried both children. "You shall have our place by the fire. Come in." They drew the little stranger to their warm seat, and shared their supper with him, and gave him their bed, while they slept on a hard bench. In the night they were awakened by strains of sweet music, and, looking out, they saw a band of children in shining garments approaching the house. They were playing on gold harps, and the air was full of melody. Suddenly the stranger child stood before them, no longer cold and ragged, but clad in silvery light. His soft voice said, "I was cold, and you took me in. I was hungry, and you fed me. I was tired, and you gave me your bed. I am the Christ child, wandering through the world to bring peace and happiness to all good children, as you have given to me. So may this tree every year give rich fruit to you." So saying, he broke a branch from the fir tree that grew near the door, and he planted it in the ground and disappeared. But the branch grew into a great tree, and every year it bore wonderful golden fruit for the kind children. End of the Legend of the Christmas Tree by Lucy Wheelock.
Ангелочек, Леонид Андреев. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Первое. Временами Сашке хотелось перестать делать то, что называется жизнью. Не умываться по утрам холодной водой, в которой плавают тоненькие пластинки льда, не ходить в гимназию, не слушать там, как все его ругают, и не испытывать боли в пояснице и во всем теле, когда мать ставит его на целый вечер на колени. Но так как ему было 13 лет, и он не знал всех способов, какими люди перестают жить, когда захотят этого, то он продолжал ходить в гимназию и стоять на коленках. И ему показалось, что жизнь никогда не кончится. Пройдет год, и еще год, и еще год, а он будет ходить в гимназию и стоять дома на коленках. И так как Сашка обладал непокорной и смелой душой, то он не мог спокойно отнестись ко злу и мстил жизни. Для этой цели он бил товарищей, грубил начальству, рвал учебники и целый день лгал то учителям, то матери. Не лгал он только одному отцу. Когда в драке ему расшибали нос, он нарочно расковыривал его еще больше и орал без слез, но так громко, что все испытывали неприятное ощущение, морщились и затыкали уши. Проорав сколько нужно, он сразу умолкал, показывал язык и рисовал в черновой тетрадке карикатуру на себя, как орет на надзирателя, заткнувшего уши, и на дрожащего от страха победителя. Вся тетрадка заполнена была карикатурами, и чаще всех повторялась такая. Толстая и низенькая женщина била скалкой тонкого, как спичка, мальчика. Внизу крупными и неровными буквами чернела подпись: «Проси прощения, щенок!» И ответ: «Не попрошу, хоть тресни». Перед Рождеством Сашку выгнали из гимназии, и когда мать стала бить его, он укусил ее за палец. Это дало ему свободу, и он бросил умываться по утрам. Бегал целый день с ребятами и бил их, и боялся одного голода, так как мать перестала совсем кормить его, и только отец прятал для него хлеб и картошку. При этих условиях Сашка находил существование возможным. В пятницу, накануне Рождества, Сашка играл с ребятами, пока они не разошлись по домам и не проскрипела ржавым, морозным скрипом калитка за последним из них. Уже темнело. Из поля, куда выходил одним концом глухой переулок, надвигалась серая снежная мгла. В низеньком черном строении, стоявшем поперек улицы на выезде, зажегся красноватый, немигающий огонек. Мороз усилился, и когда Сашка проходил в светлом круге, который образовался от зажженного фонаря, он видел медленно реевшие в воздухе маленькие сухие снежинки. Приходилось идти домой. «Где полуночничаешь, щенок?» — крикнула на него мать, замахнулась кулаком, но не ударила. Рукава у нее были засучены, обнажая белые, толстые руки, и на безбровом, плоском лице выступали капли пота. Когда Сашка проходил мимо нее, он почувствовал знакомый запах водки. Мать почесала в голове толстым указательным пальцем с коротким и грязным ногтем. И так как браниться было некогда, только плюнула и крикнула: «Статистики, одно слово!» Сашка презрительно шморгнул носом и прошел за перегородку, где слышалось тяжелое дыхание отца, Ивана Саввича. Ему всегда было холодно, и он старался согреться, сидя на раскаленной лежанке и подкладывая под себя руки ладонями к низу. «Сашка, а тебя Свечниковы на елку звали? Горничная приходила», — прошептал он. «Врешь?» — спросил с недоверием Сашка. «Ей-богу, эта ведьма нарочно ничего не говорит, а уж и куртку приготовила». «Врешь!» — все больше удивлялся Сашка. Богачи Свечниковы, определившие его в гимназию, не велели после его исключения показываться к ним. Отец еще раз побожился, и Сашка задумался. «Ну-ка, подвинься, расселся!» — сказал он отцу, прыгая на коротенькую лежанку, и добавил: «А к этим чертям я не пойду. Жирны больно станут, если я еще к ним пойду». «Испорченный мальчик!» — протянул Сашка в нос. «Сами хороши, антипы толсторожие!» «Ах, Сашка, Сашка!» — поежился от холода отец. «Не сносить тебе головы!» «А ты-то сносил?» — грубо возразил Сашка. «Молчал бы уж, бабы боится! Эх, тюря!» Отец сидел молча и ежился. Слабый свет проникал через широкую щель вверху, где перегородка на четверть не доходила до потолка, и светлым пятном ложился на его высокий лоб, под которым чернели глубокие глазные впадины. Когда-то Иван Саввич сильно пил водку, и тогда жена боялась и ненавидела его. Но когда он начал харкать кровью и не мог больше пить, стала пить она, постепенно привыкая к водке. И тогда она выместила все, что ей пришлось выстрадать от высокого, узкогрудого человека, который говорил непонятные слова, выгонялся за строптивость и пьянство со службы и наводил к себе таких же длинноволосых безобразников и гордецов, как и он сам. В противоположность мужу она здоровела по мере того, как пила, и кулаки ее все тяжелели. Теперь она говорила, что хотела. Теперь она водила к себе мужчин и женщин, каких хотела, и громко пела с ними веселые песни. А он лежал за перегородкой, молчаливый, съежившийся от постоянного озноба, и думал о несправедливости и ужасе человеческой жизни. И всем, с кем не приходилось говорить жене Ивана Саввича, она жаловалась, что нет у нее на свете таких врагов, как муж и сын. Оба гордецы и статистики. «А я тебе говорю, что ты пойдешь!» И при каждом слове Феоктиста Петровна ударяла кулаком по столу, на котором вымытые стаканы прыгали и звякали друг от друга. «А я тебе говорю, что не пойду!» — хладнокровно отвечал Сашка, и углы губ его подергивались от желания оскалить зубы. В гимназии за эту привычку его звали волчонком. «Изобью я тебя! Ох, как изобью!» — кричала мать. «Что же, избей!» Феоктиста Петровна знала, что бить сына, который стал кусаться, она уже не может. А если выгнать на улицу, то он отправится шататься и скорее замерзнет, чем пойдет к Свечниковым. Поэтому она прибегала к авторитету мужа. «А еще отец называется! Не может мать от оскорбления оберечь!» «Правда, Сашка, ступай, что ломаешься?» — отозвался тот с лежанки. «Они, может быть, опять тебя устроят. Они люди добрые». Сашка оскорбительно усмехнулся. Отец давно, до Сашкина еще рождения, был учителем у Свечниковых. И с тех пор думал, что они самые хорошие люди. Тогда он еще служил в земской статистике и ничего не пил. Разошелся он с ними после того, как женился на забеременевшей от него дочери квартирной хозяйки, стал пить и опустился до такой степени, что его пьяного поднимали на улице и отвозили в участок. Но Свечниковы продолжали помогать ему деньгами. И Феоктиста Петровна, хотя ненавидела их, как книги и все, что связывалось с прошлым ее мужа, дорожила знакомством и хвалилась им. «Может быть, и мне что-нибудь с елки принесешь?» — продолжал отец. Он хитрил. Сашка понимал это и презирал отца за слабость и ложь. Но ему действительно захотелось что-нибудь принести больному и жалкому человеку. Он давно уже сидит без хорошего табаку. «Ну ладно», — буркнул он. «Давай, что ли, куртку. Пуговицы пришила? А то ведь я тебя знаю». Вторая. Детей еще не пускали в залу, где находилась елка, и они сидели в детской и болтали. Сашка с презрительным высокомерием прислушивался к их наивным речам и ощупывал в кармане брюк уже переломавшиеся папиросы, которые удавалось ему стащить из кабинета хозяина. Тут подошел к нему самый маленький Свечников, Коля, и остановился неподвижно, и с видом изумления, составив ноги носками внутрь и положив палец на угол пухлых губ. Месяцев 6 тому назад он бросил по настоянию родственников скверную привычку класть палец в рот, но совершенно отказаться от этого жеста еще не мог. У него были белые волосы, подрезанные на лбу и завитками спадавшие на плечи, и голубые удивленные глаза, и по всему своему виду он принадлежал к мальчикам, которых особенно преследовал Сашка. «Ты неблагодарный мальчик?» — спросил он Сашку. «Мне мисс сказала, а я холосой». «Уж на что же лучше?» — ответил тот, осматривая коротенькие бархатные штанишки и большой откладной воротничок. «Хочешь лузьё? На!» — протянул мальчик ружье с привязанной к нему пробкой. Волчонок взвел пружину и, прицелившись в нос ничего не подозревающего Коли, дернул собачку. Пробка ударилась по носу и отскочила, болтаясь на нитке. Голубые глаза Коли раскрылись еще шире, и в них показались слезы. Передвинув палец от губ по красневшему носику, Коля часто заморгал длинными ресницами и зашептал: «Злой, злой мальчик!» В детскую вошла молодая, красивая женщина с гладко зачесанными волосами, скрывавшими часть ушей. Это была сестра хозяйки, та самая, с которой занимался когда-то Сашкин отец. «Вот этот, — сказала она, показывая на Сашку, сопровождавшему ее лысому господину. «Поклонись же, Саша, нехорошо быть таким невежливым». Но Сашка не поклонился ни ей, ни лысому господину. Красивая дама не подозревала, что он знает многое. Знает, что жалкий отец его любил ее, а она вышла за другого. И хотя это случилось после того, как он женился сам, Сашка не мог простить измены. «Дурная кровь», — вздохнула Софья Дмитриевна. «Вот не можете ли, Платон Михайлович, устроить его? Муж говорит, что ремесленное ему больше подходит, чем гимназия. Саша, хочешь в ремесленное?» «Не хочу», — коротко ответил Сашка, слышавший слово «муж». «Что же, братец, в пастухи хочешь?» — спросил господин. «Нет, не в пастухи», — обиделся Сашка. «Ты куда же?» Сашка не знал, куда он хочет. «Мне все равно», — ответил он, подумав. «Хоть и в пастухи». Лысый господин с недоумением рассматривал странного мальчика. Когда с заплатанных сапог он перевел глаза на лицо Сашки, последний высунул язык и опять спрятал его так быстро, что Софья Дмитриевна ничего не заметила, а пожилой господин пришел в непонятное ей раздражительное состояние. «Я хочу и в ремесленное», — скромно сказал Сашка. Красивая дама обрадовалась и подумала, вздохнув, о той силе, какую имеет над людьми старая любовь. «Но едва ли вакансия найдется», — сухо заметил пожилой господин, избегая смотреть на Сашку и поглаживая поднявшиеся на затылке волосики. «Впрочем, мы еще посмотрим». Дети волновались и шумели, нетерпеливо ожидая елки. Опыт с ружьем, проделанный мальчиком, внушавшим к себе уважение ростом и репутацией испорченного, нашел в себе подражателей, и несколько кругленьких носиков уже покраснело. Девочки смеялись, прижимая обе руки к груди и перегибаясь, когда их рыцари, с презрением к страху и боли, но морщась от ожидания, получали удары пробкой. Но вот открылись двери, и чей-то голос сказал: «Дети, идите! Тише, тише!» Заранее вытаращив глазенки и затаив дыхание, дети чинно, по паре, входили в ярко освещенную залу и тихо обходили сверкающую елку. Она бросала сильный свет, без теней, на их лица с округлившимися глазами и губками. Минуту царила тишина глубокого очарования, сразу сменившаяся хором восторженных восклицаний. Одна из девочек не в силах была овладеть охватившим ее восторгом и упорно и молча прыгала на одном месте. Маленькая косичка со вплетенной голубой ленточкой хлопала по ее плечам. Сашка был угрюм и печален. Что-то нехорошее творилось в его маленьком, изъязвленном сердце. Елка ослепляла его своей красотой и крикливым, наглым блеском бесчисленных свечей. Но она была чужда ему, враждебной, как и столпившиеся вокруг нее чистенькие, красивые дети. И ему хотелось толкнуть ее так, чтобы она повалилась на эти светлые головки. Казалось, что чьи-то железные руки взяли его сердце и выжимают из него последнюю каплю крови. Забившись за рояль, Сашка сел там в углу, бессознательно доламывал в кармане последние папиросы и думал, что у него есть отец, мать, свой дом. А выходит так, как будто ничего этого нет, и ему некуда идти. Он пытался представить себе перочинный ножичек, которую он недавно выменял и очень сильно любил. Но ножичек стал очень плохой, с тоненьким сточенным лезвием и только с половиной желтой костяшки. Завтра он сломает ножичек, и тогда у него уже ничего не останется. Но вдруг узенькие глаза Сашки блеснули изумлением, и лицо мгновенно приняло обычное выражение дерзости и самоуверенности. На обращенной к нему стороне елки, которая была освещена слабее других и составляла ее наизнанку, он увидел то, чего не хватало в картине его жизни, и без чего кругом было так пусто, точно окружающие люди неживые. То был восковой ангелочек, небрежно повешенный в гуще темных ветвей и словно реевший по воздуху. Его прозрачные стрекозинные крылышки трепетали от падавшего на них света, и весь он казался живым и готовым улететь. Розовые ручки с изящно сделанными пальцами протягивались кверху, и за ними тянулась головка с такими же волосами, как у Коли. Но было в ней другое, чего лишено было лицо Коли и все другие лица и вещи. Лицо ангелочка не блистало радостью, не туманилось печалью, но лежала на нем печать иного чувства, непередаваемого словами, неопределяемого мыслью и доступного для понимания лишь такому же чувству. Сашка не сознавал, какая тайная сила влекла его к ангелочку, но чувствовал, что он всегда знал его и всегда любил. Любил больше, чем перочинный ножичек, больше, чем отца, чем все остальное. Полный недоумения, тревоги, непонятного восторга, Сашка сложил руки у груди и шептал: «Милый, милый ангелочек». И чем внимательнее он смотрел, тем значительнее, важнее становилось выражение ангелочка. Он был бесконечно далек и не похож на все, что его здесь окружало. Другие игрушки как будто гордились тем, что они висят, нарядные, красивые, на этой сверкающей елке, а он был грустен и боялся яркого назойливого света и нарочно скрылся в темной зелени, чтобы никто не видел его. Было бы безумной жестокостью прикоснуться к его нежным крылышкам. «Милый, милый!» — шептал Сашка. Голова Сашкина горела. Он заложил руки за спину и в полной готовности к смертельному бою за ангелочка прохаживался осторожными и крадущимися шагами. Он не смотрел на ангелочка, чтобы не привлечь на него внимание других, но чувствовал, что он еще здесь, не улетел. В дверях показалась хозяйка, важная высокая дама со светлым ореолом седых, высоко зачесанных волос. Дети окружили ее с выражением своего восторга, а маленькая девочка, та, что прыгала, утомленно повисла у нее на руке и тяжело моргала сонными глазками. Подошел и Сашка. Горло его перехватывало. «Тетя! А тетя!» — сказал он, стараясь говорить ласково, но выходило еще более грубо, чем всегда. Тетечка!» Она не слыхала, и Сашка нетерпеливо дернул ее за платье. «Чего тебе? Зачем ты дергаешь меня за платье?» — удивилась седая дама. «Это невежливо. Тетечка, дайте мне одну штуку с елки. Ангелочка». «Нельзя», — равнодушно ответила хозяйка. «Елку будем на Новый год разбирать. И ты уже не маленький, и можешь звать меня по имени. Марией Дмитриевной». Сашка чувствовал, что он падает в пропасть, и ухватился за последнее средство. «Я раскаиваюсь. Я буду учиться», — отрывисто говорил он. Но эта формула, оказывавшая благотворное влияние на учителей, на седую даму не произвела впечатления. «И хорошо сделаешь, мой друг», — ответила она также равнодушно. Сашка грубо сказал: «Дай, ангелочка!» «Да нельзя же!» — говорила хозяйка. «Как ты этого не понимаешь?» Но Сашка не понимал, и когда дама повернулась к выходу, Сашка последовал за ней, бессмысленно глядя на ее черное шелестящее платье. В его горячечно работавшем мозгу мелькнуло воспоминание, как один гимназист его класса просил учителя поставить тройку, а когда получил отказ, стал перед учителем на колени, сложил руки ладонь к ладони, как на молитве, и заплакал. Тогда учитель рассердился, но тройку все-таки поставил. Своевременно Сашка увековечил эпизод в карикатуре, но теперь иного средства не оставалось. Сашка дернул тетку за платье, и когда она обернулась, упал со стуком на колени и сложил руки вышеупомянутым способом. Но заплакать не мог. «Да ты с ума сошел!» — воскликнула седая дама и оглянулась. По счастью, в кабинете никого не было. «Что с тобой?» Стоя на коленях, со сложенными руками, Сашка с ненавистью посмотрел на нее и грубо потребовал: «Дай, ангелочка!» Глаза Сашкины, впившиеся в седую даму и ловившие на ее губах первое слово, которое они произнесут, были очень нехороши, и хозяйка поспешила ответить: «Ну дам, дам! Ах, какой ты глупый! Конечно, я дам тебе, что ты просишь. Но почему ты не хочешь подождать до Нового года? Доставай же!» «И никогда, — поучительно добавила седая дама, — не становись на колени. Это унижает человека. На колени можно становиться только перед Богом». «Толкуй там!» — думал Сашка, стараясь опередить тетку и наступая ей на платье. Когда она сняла игрушку, Сашка впился в нее глазами, болезненно сморщил нос и растопырил пальцы. Ему казалось, что высокая дама сломает ангелочка. «Красивая вещь», — сказала дама, которой стало жаль изящной и, по-видимому, дорогой игрушки. «Кто это повесил ее сюда?» «Ну, послушай, зачем эта игрушка тебе? Ведь ты такой большой. Что будешь ты с ним делать? Вон там книги есть с рисунками. А это я обещала Коле отдать. Он так просил», — солгала она. Терзания Сашки становились невыносимыми. Он судорожно стиснул зубы и, показалось, даже скрипнул ими. Седая дама больше всего боялась сцен и потому медленно протянула к Сашке ангелочка. «Ну на уж, на!» — с недовольствием сказала она. «Какой настойчивый!» Обе руки Сашки, которыми он взял ангелочка, казались цепкими и напряженными, как две стальные пружины, но такими мягкими и осторожными, что ангелочек мог вообразить себя летящим по воздуху. «Ах!» — вырвался продолжительный, замирающий вздох из груди Сашки, и на глазах его сверкнули две маленькие слезинки и остановились там, непривычные к свету. Медленно приближая ангелочка к своей груди, он не сводил сияющих глаз с хозяйки и улыбался тихой и кроткой улыбкой, замирая в чувстве неземной радости. Казалось, что когда нежные крылышки ангелочка прикоснутся к впалой груди Сашки, то случится что-то такое радостное, такое светлое, какого никогда еще не происходило на печальной, грешной и страдающей земле. «Ах!» — пронесся тот же замирающий стон, когда крылышки ангелочка коснулись Сашки, и перед сиянием его лица словно потухла сама нелепо разукрашенная, нагло горящая елка, и радостно улыбнулась седая, важная дама. И дрогнул сухим лицом лысый господин. И замерли в живом молчании дети, которых коснулось веяние человеческого счастья. И в этот короткий момент все заметили загадочное сходство между неуклюжим, выросшим из своего платья гимназистом и одухотворенным рукой неведомого художника, личиком ангелочка. Но в следующую минуту картина резко изменилась. Съежившись, как готовящаяся к прыжку пантера, Сашка мрачным взглядом обводил окружающих, ища того, кто осмелится отнять у него ангелочка. «Я домой пойду», — глухо сказал Сашка, намечая путь в толпе. «К отцу». 3. Мать спала, обессилев от целого дня работы и выпитой водки. В маленькой комнатке за перегородкой горела на столе кухонная лампочка, и слабый желтоватый свет ее с трудом проникал через закопченное стекло, бросая странные тени на лицо Сашки и его отца. «Хорош?» — спрашивал шепотом Сашка. Он держал ангелочка в отдалении и не позволял отцу дотрагиваться. «Да, в нем есть что-то особенное», — шептал отец, задумчиво всматриваясь в игрушку. Его лицо выражало тоже сосредоточенное внимание и радость, как и лицо Сашки. «Ты погляди», — продолжал отец, — «он сейчас полетит». «Видел уже», — торжествующе ответил Сашка. «Думаешь, слепой? А ты на крылышки глянь. Цыц! Не трогай». Отец отдернул руку и темными глазами изучал подробности ангелочка, пока Саша наставительно шептал: «Экая, братец, у тебя привычка скверная за все руками хвататься. Ведь сломать можешь». На стене вырисовывались уродливые и неподвижные тени двух склонившихся голов. Одной большой и лохматой, другой маленькой и круглой. В большой голове происходила странная, мучительная, но в то же время радостная работа. Глаза, не мигая, смотрели на ангелочка, и под этим пристальным взглядом он становился больше и светлее, и крылышки его начинали трепетать бесшумным трепетанием, а все окружающее, бревенчатая, покрытая копотью стена, грязный стол, Сашка, все это сливалось в одну ровную серую массу, без теней, без света. И чудилось погибшему человеку, что он услышал жалеющий голос из того чудного мира, где он жил когда-то и откуда был навеки изгнан. Там не знают о грязи и унылой брани, о тоскливой, слепо-жестокой борьбе эгоизмов. Там не знают о муках человека, поднимаемого со смехом на улице, избиваемого грубыми руками сторожей. Там чисто, радостно и светло. И все это чистое нашло приют в душе ее, той, которую он любил больше жизни, и потерял, сохранив ненужную жизнь. К запаху воска, шедшему от игрушки, примешивался неуловимый аромат, и чудилось погибшему человеку, как прикасались к ангелочку ее дорогие пальцы, которые он хотел бы целовать по одному, и так долго, пока смерть не сомкнет его уста навсегда. Оттого и была так красива эта игрушечка, оттого и было в ней что-то особенное, влекущее к себе, непередаваемое словами. Ангелочек спустился с неба, на котором была ее душа, и внес луч света в сырую, пропитанную чадом комнату, и в черную душу человека, у которого было отнято все: и любовь, и счастье, и жизнь. И рядом с глазами отжившего человека сверкали глаза начинающего жить и ласкали ангелочка. И для них исчезало настоящее и будущее, и вечно печальный и жалкий отец, и грубая невыносимая мать, и черный мрак обид, жестокостей, унижений и злобствующей тоски. Бесформенные, туманно были мечты Сашки, но тем глубже волновали они его сметенную душу. Все добро, сияющее над миром, все глубокое горе и надежду тоскующей о Боге души впитал в себя ангелочек. И оттого он горел таким мягким божественным светом, оттого трепетали бесшумным трепетанием его прозрачные стрекозиные крылышки. Отец и сын не видели друг друга, по-разному тосковали, плакали и радовались их больные сердца. Но было что-то в их чувстве, что сливало воедино сердца и уничтожало бездонную пропасть, которая отделяет человека от человека и делает его таким одиноким, несчастным и слабым. Отец несознательным движением положил руки на шею сына, и голова последнего также невольно прижалась к чехоточной груди. «Это она тебе дала?» — прошептал отец, не отводя глаз от ангелочка. В другое время Сашка ответил бы грубым отрицанием, но теперь в душе его сам собой прозвучал ответ, и уста спокойно произнесли заведомую ложь. «А то кто же? Конечно, она!» Отец молчал. Замолк и Сашка. Что-то захрипело в соседней комнате, затрещало, на миг стихло, и часы бойко и торопливо отчеканили. 1, 2, 3. «Сашка, ты видишь когда-нибудь сны?» — задумчиво спросил отец. «Нет», — сознался Сашка. «А нет, раз видел. С крыши упал. За голубями лазили, и я и сорвался. А я постоянно вижу. Чудные бывают сны. Видишь все, что было. Любишь и страдаешь, как наяву». Он снова замолк, и Сашка почувствовал, как задрожала рука, лежавшая на его шее. Все сильнее дрожала и дергалась она, и чуткое безмолвие ночи внезапно нарушилось схлипывающим, жалким звуком сдерживаемого плача. Сашка сурово задвигал бровями и осторожно, чтобы не потревожить тяжелую, дрожащую руку, сковырнул с глаза слезинку. Так странно было видеть, как плачет большой и старый человек. «Ах, Саша, Саша!» — всхлипывал отец. «Зачем все это?» «Ну, что еще?» — сурово прошептал Сашка. Совсем как маленький. «Не буду, не буду!» — с жалкой улыбкой извинился отец. «Что уж? Зачем?» Заворочилась на своей постели Феоктиста Петровна. Она вздохнула громко и забормотала, странно настойчиво. «Тережку держи, 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 держи!» Нужно было ложиться спать, но до этого устроить на ночь ангелочка. На земле оставлять его было невозможно. Он был повешен на ниточке, прикрепленной к отдушине печки, и отчетливо рисовался на белом фоне кафелей. Так его могли видеть оба, и Сашка, и отец. Поспешно набросав в угол всякого тряпья, на котором он спал, отец также быстро разделся и лег на спину, чтобы поскорее начать смотреть на ангелочка. «Что же ты не раздеваешься?» — спросил отец, взяв какое-то из прорванное одеяло и поправляя наброшенное на ноги пальто. «Не к чему, скоро встану». Сашка хотел добавить, что ему совсем не хочется спать, но не успел, так как заснул с такой быстротой, что точно шел ко дну глубокой и быстрой реки. Скоро заснул и отец. Кроткий покой и безмятежность легли на истомленное лицо человека, который отжил, и смелое личико человека, который еще только начинал жить. А ангелочек, повешенный у горячей печки, начал таять. Лампа, оставленная гореть по настоянию Сашки, наполняла комнату запахом керосина и сквозь закопченное стекло бросала печальный свет на картину медленного разрушения. Ангелочек как будто шевелился. По розовым ножкам его скатывались густые капли и падали на лежанку. К запаху керосина присоединился тяжелый запах топленого воска. Вот ангелочек встрепенулся, словно для полета, и упал с мягким стуком на горячие плиты. Любопытный прусак пробежал, обжигаясь вокруг бесформенного слитка, забрался на стрекозиное крылышко и, дернув усиками, побежал дальше. В завешенное окно пробивался синеватый свет начинающегося дня, и на дворе уже застучал железным черпаком зазябший водовоз. The End of Ангелочек. Леонид Андреев.
Christmas Greetings by Lewis Carroll. Read in English by Lucy Perry. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. From a Fairy to a Child. Lady dear, if fairies may for a moment lay aside cunning tricks and elfish play, 'tis at happy Christmas tide. We have heard the children say, gentle children whom we love, long ago on Christmas Day came a message from above. Still, as Christmas tide comes round, they remember it again, echoes still the joyful sound, peace on earth, goodwill to men. Yet the hearts must childlike be, where such heavenly guests abide, unto children in their glee, all the year is Christmas tide. Thus forgetting tricks and play, for a moment, lady dear, we would wish you, if we may, Merry Christmas, Glad New Year. Christmas, 1867. End of Christmas Greetings by Lewis Carroll. Read by Lucy Perry on November the 12th, 2009.
The Stiller of the Storm by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stiller of the Storm. Be of good cheer, it is I, be not afraid. It's Christmas Eve at home, murmured the young lad, after he had said his prayers and tumbled into his narrow berth on the great ship. I suppose they're trimming the Christmas tree now, and hanging up the stockings. I wish I were there. He was very young to serve his country, but not too young, according to the standards of mankind, to be a midshipman on the great steel monster keeping the leaden deep. It was the first time he had ever been away from home on Christmas Day, too. The youngsters had all laughed and joked about it in the steerage mess. They had promised themselves some kind of celebration in the morning, but in his own cot, with no one to see, a few tears, which he fondly deemed unmanly, would come. He had the midnight watch, and he knew that he must get some sleep, but it was a long time before he closed his eyes and drifted off to dream of home and his mother. Athwart that dream came a sudden, frightful, heart-stilling roar of destruction. A hideous crash followed, a terrible rending, breaking, smashing, concatenation of noises, succeeded by frightful detonations. As through the gaping hole torn in the great battleship by the deadly torpedo, the water rushed upon the heated boilers, the explosion of which in turn ignited the magazines. By that deadly underwater thrust of the enemy, the battleship was reduced in a few moments to a disjointed, disorganized, sinking mass of shapeless, formless, splintered steel. As the explosion ceased, from every point rose shrieks and groans and cries of men in the death agony hurtled into eternity and torn like the steel. And then the boy heard the surviving officers coolly, resolutely calling the men to their stations. He had been thrown from his berth by the violence of the explosion. His face was cut and bleeding where he had struck a nearby stanchion. His left arm hung useless. He had lain dazed on the deck for a few moments until he heard the orders of his lieutenant. He was one of the signal midshipmen stationed on the signal bridge. Whatever happened, that was the place to which to go. He still had his duty to perform. Picking himself up as best he could, he hurried to report to the lieutenant. With such means as were available, signals were made. Calls for help? Oh, never! Warnings that the enemy's submarines were in the near vicinity and that other ships should keep away. The captain was on the half-wrecked bridge above. The boy noticed how quiet he was, yet his voice rang over the tumult. "Steady, men, steady! Keep your stations! Stand by! Be ready!" The old quartermaster, whose business it was to tell the hours, saluted the captain. "8 bells, sir," he said. "Midnight. Christmas Day," he added. "Strike them," said the captain, and, as clear as ever, the 4 couplets rang out over the chaos and the disaster. "Christmas Day," the boy murmured. "She's going, men," said the captain, as the cadences died away. "Save yourselves! Abandon the ship!" "Christmas morning," said the boy. "I wonder what they're doing at home." "Overboard with you, youngster," said the signal lieutenant. "I wish I had a life preserver for you, but Merry Christmas, sir," said the lad suddenly. "Good God," said the man, "Merry Christmas! They will think of us at home." What was left of the ship gave a mighty reel. "Quick, or she'll suck you down," the officer roared, as he fairly flung the boy into the water. And how he hurt that broken arm! "You can swim. Strike out. Goodbye." The boy had caught a glimpse of the captain standing on the bridge as the wreck went down, and then the wild waters closed over his head. It was frightfully cold. A hard gale was blowing. The waves ran terribly high. His left arm was helpless. His head ached fiercely. What was the use? Still the boy struck out bravely with his free hand. The instinct of life. It was too dark to see. The sky was covered with drifting clouds. Only here and there a little rift of moonlight came through. "Christmas morning," he sobbed out as the waves rolled over him. "Oh, my God!" He felt himself going down. All at once the waters seemed to grow still. It was suddenly calm. He was no longer cold. He threw his head up for one last look at the sky and life, and then he hung, as it were, suspended in some strange way. He saw a figure walking across the smooth of the seas as it had been solid ground. The figure grew nearer. The wind seemed to have died away, but the draperies that shrouded it swung gently, as they would while a man walked along. The face he saw dimly, vaguely, but there was light in it somehow. It came slowly nearer. "Christmas morning," whispered the boy. The hand of the figure reached down. It caught the boy's right arm. He was lifted up. "Home and Christmas morning," whispered the boy, closing his eyes. The moonlight broke through a cloud and fell upon him. A wave rolled over him, and the sea was empty as before. End of The Stiller of the Storm by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Read by David Lawrence.
Christmas Day by Hartley Coleridge. Read in English. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Was it a fancy, bred of vagrant guess, or well-remembered fact, that he was born when half the world was wintry and forlorn, in nature's utmost season of distress? And did the simple earth indeed confess its destitution and its craving need, wearing the white and penitential weed, meet symbol of judicial barrenness? So be it, for in truth 'tis ever so, that when the winter of the soul is bare, the seed of heaven at first begins to grow, peeping abroad in desert of despair. Full many a floweret, good and sweet and fair, is kindly wrapped in coverlet of snow. End of Christmas Day by Hartley Coleridge. Read for LibriVox.org by Raven Notation.
What Child Is This? A 16th century carol sung in English. Words by William C. Dix. Music, 16th century Greensleeves arranged by Sir John Stainer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What child is this who lay to rest on Mary's lap is sleeping, whom angels greet with anthems sweet, while shepherds watch are keeping? This is Christ the King, whom shepherds guard and angels sing. Haste, haste to bring him, Lord, the babe, the Son of Mary. Why lies he in such mean estate, where rocks and nests are feeding? Good Christian, fear for sinners here, the silent word is pleading. Nails shall pierce him through, the cross be borne for me, for you. Hail, hail, the Word made flesh, the babe, the Son of Mary. So bring him incense, gold, and myrrh, come peasant king to own him. The King of kings salvation brings, let loving hearts enthrone him. Raise, raise the song on high, the Virgin sings her lullaby. Joy, joy, for Christ is born, the babe, the Son of Mary. End of What Child Is This? Performed by Carol Stripling.
The Goblin's Christmas by Elizabeth Anderson, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Goblin's Christmas by Elizabeth Anderson. Preface. Once upon a time I visited Fairyland and spent a day in Goblin Town. The people there are much like ourselves, only they are very, very small and roguish. They play pranks on one another and have great fun. They are good-natured and jolly and rarely get angry. But if one does get angry, he quickly recovers his good nature and joins again in the sport. If a goblin should continue angry, he would take on some visible form. Perhaps he would become a toad or a squirrel or some other little animal, and would have to live here on the earth plane forevermore. But if he keeps good-natured, he can come here and have his fun, and not be seen by anyone except a seer or very wise person. The goblins are gracious to the wise people now, but they were not always so. A long, long time ago, on a Christmas Eve, the fairy folk were having great sport. All the little people of the unseen world had gathered together in the earth realm. There were brownies and gnomes and elves, even some little cherubs had joined them. They were having a wild dance and a gay time, when who should appear but Kris Kringle. Now the fairies did not know that he was a magician or seer, and so they tried to make sport of him. But Kris, by his wonderful magic, changed them into the most beautiful toys. They became straight little jumping jacks, and dolls in bright dresses, and the dearest little rabbit with white soft fur. And somewhere in the bottom of the sleigh one was turned into a cute little teddy bear. Then old Kris tucked all these toys into his roomy sleigh, and shook the reins of his waiting steed. "Go on," he said, "for I've many a chimney to reach tonight." Now this is the tale of the Goblin's Christmas that the moonbeams told, as they heard it from the Fairy Queen, who declares that every word of it is perfectly true. To Earl and Georgia, the little man and tiny maid, who love the fairies in the glade, who see them in the tangled grass, the gnomes and brownies as they pass, who hear the sprites from Elfland call, go frolic with these brownies small, and join these merry sporting elves, but ever be your own sweet selves. The Goblin's Christmas. The big bright moon hung high and round in a densely darkened sky. The tall pines swayed and mocked and groaned, the mountains grew so high, that the man in the moon came out and said, "Ho, spooks for a merry dance! The winds blow hard, the caverns roar, while o'er the earth they prance." A witch and a goblin led the sprites, out from the sky they sprung, and down the Milky Way they slid, and over a chasm swung. The streams around ran witches' broth, the fumes were strong and rank. These elfin creatures all were wroth, while of the stuff they drank. The cunning moon looked on and laughed, with a shrill and sneering jibe. Her soul grew fat to see them chaffed, this mad and elfish tribe. The big black cauldron boiled so high, with food for these queer mites, that it lit the world throughout the sky, and down came all the sprites. Their mad career upset a star, as through the air they flew. It cringed in fear and shot afar, and fell where no one knew. Orion's sword was broke in bits, Corona's crown was gone, Capella seemed to lose her wits, while all so longed for dawn. Then from the night there came a sound of sleigh bells ringing sweet. Out of the chaos came a man, Kris Kringle, for his Christmas treat. "Ho, Kris," they cried, "we'll have some fun. We'll bind the old man down. We'll tie him up and toss him o'er into our goblin town." They climbed the sleigh with shout and din, to bind his hands and feet. 100 strong they clambered in, our good old Kris to meet. He sat quite still, with twinkling eyes, then seized his mystic wand. He raised it up and waved it round. Stilled was this chattering band. Stiffly stark and still they stood, clad in elfish clothes. Some were wax and some were wood. One had crushed his nose. "Playthings rare," he said and smiled, "for children rich and poor. Some I'll leave the crippled child, and some at the orphan's door." He shook his reins and called his steed to bear him swiftly on. Full well it knew its master's need to hurry ere the dawn. From house to house they scampered down, their sleigh bells ringing clear. Through chimneys in the sleepy town, good Kris and his reindeer. The windows rattled, the moonbeams tattled, a tale so strange and queer. They told how at night, in the dire affright, the moon had hid in fear. That he'd called in sport his elfish court of spooks and witches gay. Each elfin child, by glee beguiled, brought scores of others, they say. Then a man appeared with flowing beard, in a sled with a reindeer fleet. They gathered about with din and shout, to bind him hands and feet. Then the moon laughed loud at the gathering crowd, while he held his sides in mirth, to see old Kris in a plight like this, toiling o'er the earth. But alas for the moon, he had laughed like a loon, for Kris is a hero of old. Yes, Kris is a seer, with his small reindeer he captured the goblins bold. And he changed them, they say, in a wonderful way, to toys for his Christmas cheer. The big dolls stare with a goblin air, the small ones cringe with fear. While the moonbeams prattle, I hear a rattle of hooves on the chimney side. Then out of the snow I gazed below. "Hurrah! It's Kris Kringle!" I cried. Then sly as a mouse he entered the house, and hung up his treasures so gay. Then out with a dash he sped like a flash, into the night and away. End of The Goblin's Christmas by Elizabeth Anderson. Recording by Linda Ferguson. Christmas 2009.
Christmas with the Baron by Angelo J. Lewis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Once upon a time, fairy tales always begin with once upon a time. Once upon a time, there lived in a castle on the Rhine a certain Baron von Schlossloff-Schifffinger. You will not find it an easy name to pronounce. In fact, the Baron never tried it himself but once, and then he was laid up for 2 days afterwards. So in future we will merely call him the Baron for shortness, particularly as he was a rather dumpy man. After having heard his name, you will not be surprised when I tell you that he was an exceedingly bad character. For a baron he was considered enormously rich. £150 a year would not be thought much in this country, but still it will buy a good deal of sausage, which, with wine grown on the estate, formed the chief sustenance of the baron and his family. Now, you will hardly believe that, notwithstanding he was the possessor of this princely revenue, the baron was not satisfied, but oppressed and ground down his unfortunate tenants to the very last penny he could possibly squeeze out of them. In all his exactions, he was seconded and encouraged by his steward Klutz, an old rascal who took a malicious pleasure in his master's cruelty, and who chuckled and rubbed his hands with the greatest apparent enjoyment when any of the poor landholders could not pay their rent, or afforded him any opportunity for oppression. Not content with making the poor tenants pay double value for the land they rented, the baron was in the habit of going round every now and then to their houses, and ordering anything he took a fancy to, from a fat pig to a pretty daughter, to be sent to the castle. The pretty daughter was made parlour-maid, but as she had nothing a year, and to find herself, it wasn't what would be considered by careful mothers an eligible situation. The fat pig became sausage, of course. Things went on from bad to worse, till, at the time of our story, between the alternate squeezings of the baron and his steward, the poor tenants had very little left to squeeze out of them. The fat pigs and pretty daughters had nearly all found their way up to the castle, and there was little left to take. The only help the poor fellows had was the baron's only daughter, Lady Bertha, who always had a kind word, and frequently something more substantial, for them when her father was not in the way. Now, I am not going to describe Bertha, for the simple reason that if I did you would imagine that she was the fairy I am going to tell you about, and she isn't. However, I don't mind giving you a few outlines. In the first place, she was exceedingly tiny. The nicest girls, the real lovable little pets, always are tiny. And she had long silken black hair, and a dear dimpled little face full of love and mischief. Now then, fill up the outline with the details of the nicest and prettiest girl you know, and you will have a slight idea of her. On second thoughts, I don't believe you will, for your portrait wouldn't be half good enough. However, it will be near enough for you. Well, the baron's daughter, being all your fancy painted her, and a trifle more, was naturally much distressed at the goings-on of her unamiable parent, and tried her best to make amends for her father's harshness. She generally managed that a good many pounds of the sausage should find their way back to the owners of the original pig, and when the baron tried to squeeze the hand of the pretty parlour-maid, which he occasionally did after dinner, Bertha had only to say, in a tone of mild remonstrance, "Pa," and he dropped the hand instantly, and stared very hard the other way. Bad as this disreputable old baron was, he had a respect for the goodness and purity of his child. Like the lion tamed by the charm of Una's innocence, the rough old rascal seemed to lose in her presence half of his rudeness, and though he used awful language to her sometimes, I dare say even Una's lion roared occasionally, he was more tractable with her than with any other living being. Her presence operated a moral restraint upon him, which possibly was the reason he never stayed downstairs after dinner, but always retired to a favourite turret, which I regret to say he had got so in the way of doing every afternoon that I believe he would have felt unwell without it. The hour of the Baron's afternoon symposium was the time selected by Bertha for her errands of charity. Once he was fairly settled down to his second bottle, off went Bertha with her maid beside her carrying a basket to bestow a meal on some of the poor tenants, among whom she was always received with blessings. At first these excursions had been undertaken principally from charitable motives, and Bertha thought herself plentifully repaid by the love and thanks of her grateful pensioners. Of late, however, another cause had led her to even stronger interest in her walks, and occasioned her to come in with brighter eyes and a rosier cheek than the gratitude of the poor tenants had been wont to produce. The fact is, some months before the time of our story, Bertha had noticed in her walks a young artist who seemed to be fated to be invariably sketching points of interest in the road she had to take. There was one particular tree, exactly in the path which led from the castle gate, which he had sketched from at least 4 points of view, and Bertha began to wonder what there could be so very particular about it. At last, just as Carl von Sempak had begun to consider where on earth he could sketch the tree from next, and to ponder seriously upon the feasibility of climbing up into it and taking it from that point of view, a trifling accident occurred which gave him the opportunity of making Bertha's acquaintance, which, I don't mind stating confidentially, was the very thing he had been waiting for. It so chanced on one particular afternoon, the maid, either through awkwardness, or possibly through looking more at the handsome painter than the ground she was walking on, stumbled and fell. Of course, the basket fell too, and equally of course, Carl, as a gentleman, could not do less than offer his assistance in picking up the damsel and the dinner. The acquaintance thus commenced was not suffered to drop, and handsome Carl and our good little Bertha were fairly over head and ears in love, and had begun to have serious thoughts of a cottage in a wood, etc., when their felicity was disturbed by their being accidentally met in one of their walks by the Baron. Of course the Baron, being himself so thorough an aristocrat, had higher views for his daughter than marrying her to a beggarly artist, and accordingly he stamped and swore, and threatened Carl with summary punishment of all sorts of weapons, from heavy boots to blunderbusses, if he ever ventured near the premises again. This was unpleasant, but I fear it did not quite put a stop to the young people's interviews, though it made them less frequent and more secret than before. Now, I am quite aware that this was not all proper, and that no properly regulated young lady would ever have had meetings with a young man her papa didn't approve of. But then it is just possible Bertha might not have been a properly regulated young lady. I only know she was a dear little pet, worth 20 model ladies, and that she loved Carl very dearly. And then consider what a dreadful old tyrant of a papa she had. My dear girl, it's not the slightest use you looking so provokingly correct. It is my deliberate belief that if you had been in her shoes, they'd have been at least 3 sizes too small for you, but that doesn't matter, you would have done precisely the same. Such was the state of things on Christmas Eve in the year... Stay, fairy tales never have a year to them. So on second thoughts I wouldn't tell you the date if I knew, but I don't. Such was the state of things, however, on the particular 24th of December to which our story refers, only, if anything, rather more so. The Baron had got up in the morning in an exceedingly bad temper, and those about him had felt its effects all through the day. His 2 favourite wolfhounds, Lutzo and Turfel, had received so many kicks from the Baron's heavy boots that they scarcely knew at which end their tails were, and even Klutz himself scarcely dared to approach his master. In the middle of the day 2 of the principal tenants came to say that they were unprepared with their rent, and to beg for a little delay. The poor fellows represented that their families were starving, and entreated for mercy, but the Baron was only too glad he at last found so fair an excuse for venting his ill humour. He loaded the unhappy defaulters with every abusive epithet he could devise, and being called names in German is no joke, I can tell you. And lastly he swore by everything he could think of that, if their rent was not paid on the morrow, themselves and their families should be turned out of doors to sleep on the snow, which was then many inches deep on the ground. They still continued to beg for mercy, till the Baron became so exasperated that he determined to put them out of the castle himself. He pursued them for that purpose as far as the outer door, where fresh fuel was added to his anger. Karl, who, as I have hinted, still managed, notwithstanding the paternal prohibition, to see Bertha occasionally, and had come to wish her a Merry Christmas, chanced at this identical moment to be saying good-bye at the door, above which, in accordance with immemorial usage, a huge bush of mistletoe was suspended. What they were doing under it at the moment of the Baron's appearance I never knew exactly, but his wrath was tremendous. I regret to say that his language was unparliamentary in the extreme. He swore till he was mauve in the face, and if he had not providentially been seized with a fit of coughing and sat down in a coal scuttle, mistaking it for a 3-legged stool, it is impossible to say to what lengths his feelings might have carried him. Karl and Bertha picked him up, rather black behind, but otherwise not much the worse for his accident. In fact, the diversion of his thoughts seems to have done him good, for, having sworn a little more, and Karl having left the castle, he appeared rather better. After enduring so many and various emotions, it is hardly to be wondered at that the Baron required some consolation. So, after having changed his trousers, he took himself off to his favourite turret, to allay, by copious potations, the irritations of his mind. Bottle after bottle was emptied, and pipe after pipe was filled and smoked. The fine old Burgundy was gradually getting into the Baron's head, and altogether he was beginning to feel more comfortable. The shades of the winter afternoon had deepened into the evening twilight, made dimmer still by the aromatic clouds that came, with dignified deliberation, from the Baron's lips, and curled and floated up to the carved ceiling of the turret, where they spread themselves into a dim canopy, which every successive cloud brought lower and lower. The fire, which had been piled up mountain high earlier in the afternoon, and had flamed and roared to its heart's content ever since, had now got to that state, the perfection of a fire to a lazy man, where it requires no poking or attention of any kind, but just burns itself hollow and then tumbles in, and blazes jovially for a little time, and then settles down to a genial glow, and gets hollow and tumbles in again. The Baron's fire was just in this delightful da capo condition, most favourable to the enjoyment of the dolce far niente. For a little while it would glow and kindle quietly, making strange faces to itself, and building fantastic castles in the depth of its red recesses, and then the castles would come down with a crash, and the faces disappear, and a bright flame spring up and lick lovingly the sides of the old chimney, and the carved heads of improbable men and impossible women, hewn so deftly round the panels of the old oak wardrobe opposite, in which the Baron's choicest vintages were deposited, were lit up by the flickering light, and seemed to nod and wink at the fire in return, with the familiarity of old acquaintances. Some such fancy as this was disporting itself in the Baron's brain, and he was gazing at the old oak carving accordingly, and emitting huge volumes of smoke with reflective slowness, when a clatter among the bottles on the table caused him to turn his head to ascertain the cause. The Baron was by no means a nervous man, however the sight that met his eyes when he turned round did take away his presence of mind a little, and he was obliged to take 4 distinct puffs before he had sufficiently regained his equilibrium to inquire, "Who the Pickwick are you?" The Baron said Dickens, but as that is a naughty word, we will substitute Pickwick, which is equally expressive and not so wrong. Let me see, where was I? Oh, yes. Who the Pickwick are you? Now, before I allow the Baron's visitor to answer the question, perhaps I had better give a slight description of his personal appearance. If this were not a true story, I should have liked to make him a model of manly beauty. But a regard for veracity compels me to confess that he was not what would be generally considered handsome. That is, not in figure, for his face was by no means unpleasing. His body was, in size and shape, not very unlike a huge plum pudding, and was clothed in a bright green, tightly fitting doublet, with red holly berries for buttons. His limbs were long and slender in proportion to his stature, which was not more than 3 feet or so. His head was encircled by a crown of holly and mistletoe. The round red berries sparkled amid his hair, which was silver white, and shone out in cheerful harmony with his rosy, jovial face. And that face, it would have done one good to look at it. In spite of the silver hair and an occasional wrinkle beneath the merry, laughing eyes, it seemed brimming over with perpetual youth. The mouth, well garnished with teeth, white and sound, which seemed as if they could do ample justice to holiday cheer, was ever open with a beaming, genial smile, expanding now and then into hearty laughter. Fun and good fellowship were in every feature. The owner of the face was, at the moment when the Baron first perceived him, comfortably seated upon the top of a large tobacco jar on the table, nursing his left leg. The Baron's somewhat abrupt inquiry did not appear to irritate him. On the contrary, he seemed rather amused than otherwise. "You don't ask prettily, old gentleman," he replied, "but I don't mind telling you for all that. I'm King Christmas." "Eh?" said the Baron. "Ah," said the Goblin, "of course you have guessed he was a goblin." "And pray what's your business here?" said the Baron. "Don't be crusty with a fellow," replied the Goblin. "I merely looked in to wish you the compliments of the season. Talking of crust, by the way, what sort of tap is it you're drinking?" So saying, he took up a flask of the Baron's very best and poured out about half a glass. Having held the glass first on one side and then on the other, winked at it twice, sniffed it, and gone through all the remainder of the pantomime in which connoisseurs indulge, he drank it with great deliberation, and smacked his lips scientifically. Johannesburg, and not so very bad for you. But I'll tell you what it is, Baron, you'll have to bring out better stuff than this when I put my legs on your mahogany. Well, now you are a cool fish, said the Baron. However, you're rather a joke, so now you're here we may as well enjoy ourselves. Smoke? Not anything you're likely to offer me. Confound your impudence, roared the Baron, with a horribly complicated oath. That tobacco is as good as any in all Rhineland. That's a nasty cough you've got, Baron. Don't excite yourself, my dear boy. I dare say you speak according to your lights. I don't mean Vesuvians, you know, but your opportunities for knowing anything about it. Try a weed out of my case, and I expect you'll alter your opinion. The Baron took the proffered case and selected a cigar. Not a word was spoken till it was half consumed, when the Baron took it for the first time from his lips and said gently, with the air of a man communicating an important discovery in the strictest confidence, "Das ist gut." "Thought you'd say so," said the visitor. "And now, as you like the cigar, I should like you to try a thimbleful of what I call wine. I must warn you, though, that it is rather potent, and may produce effects you are not accustomed to." "Bother that, if it is as good as the weed," said the Baron. "I haven't taken my usual quantity by 4 bottles yet." "Well, don't say I didn't warn you, that's all. I don't think you'll find it unpleasant, though it is rather strong when you're not accustomed to it." So saying, the Goblin produced from some mysterious pocket a black, big-bellied bottle, crusted apparently with the dust of ages. It did strike the Baron as peculiar that the bottle, when once produced, appeared nearly as big round as the Goblin himself, but he was not the sort of man to stick to trifles, and he pushed forward his glass to be filled just as composedly as if the portion had been shipped and paid duty in the most commonplace way. The glass was filled and emptied, but the Baron uttered not his opinion, not in words at least, but he pushed forward his glass to be filled again in a manner that sufficiently bespoke his approval. "Ah, you smile," said the goblin, and it was a positive fact. The Baron was smiling, a thing he had not been known to do in the memory of the oldest inhabitant. "That's the stuff to make your hair curl, isn't it?" "I believe you, my boy." The Baron brought out this earnest expression of implicit confidence with true unction. "It warms one here." Knowing the character of the man, one would have expected him to put his hand upon his stomach, but he didn't. He laid it upon his heart. "The spell begins to operate, I see," said the goblin. "Have another glass." The Baron had another glass, and another after that. The smile on his face expanded into an expression of such geniality that the whole character of his countenance was changed, and his own mother wouldn't have known him. I doubt myself, insomuch as she died when he was exactly 1 year and 3 months old, whether she would have recognised him under any circumstances, but I merely wish to express that he was changed almost beyond recognition. "Upon my word," said the Baron at length, "I feel so light I almost think I could dance a hornpipe. I used to once, I know. Shall I try?" "Well, if you ask my advice," replied the goblin, "I should say decidedly don't. Barkis is willing, I dare say, but trousers are weak, and you might split 'em." "Hang it all," said the Baron, "so I might. I didn't think of that. But still I feel as if I must do something juvenile." "Ah, that's the effect of your change of nature," said the goblin. "Never mind, I'll give you plenty to do presently." "Change of nature? What do you mean, you old conundrum?" said the Baron. "You're another," said the goblin, "but never mind. What I mean is just this. What you are now feeling is the natural consequence of my magic wine, which has changed you into a fairy. That's what's the matter, sir." "A fairy? Me?" exclaimed the Baron. "Get out. I'm too fat." "Fat? Oh, that's nothing. We shall put you in regular training, and you'll soon be slim enough to creep into a lady's stocking. Not you to be called upon to do anything of the sort, but I'm merely giving you an idea of your future figure." "No, no," said the Baron. "Me thin? That's too ridiculous. Why, that's worse than being a fairy. You don't mean it, though, do you? I do feel rather peculiar." "I do indeed," said the visitor. "You don't dislike it, do you?" "Well, no, I can't say I do entirely. It's queer, though. I feel so uncommon friendly. I feel as if I should like to shake hands or pat someone on the back." "Ah," said the goblin, "I know how it is. Rum feeling, when you're not accustomed to it. But come, finish that glass, for we must be off. We've got a precious deal to do before morning, I can tell you. Are you ready?" "All right," said the Baron. "I'm just in the humour to make a night of it." "Come along, then," said the goblin. They proceeded for a short time in silence along the corridors of the old castle. They carried no candle, but the Baron noticed that everything seemed perfectly light wherever they stood, but relapsed into darkness as soon as they had passed by. The goblin spoke first. "I say, Baron, you've been an uncommon old brute in your time now, haven't you?" Said the Baron reflectively. "I don't know. Well, yes, I rather think I have." "How jolly miserable you've been making those two young people, you old sinner. You know who I mean." "Eh, what? You know that too?" said the Baron. "Know it? Of course I do. Why, bless your heart, I know everything, my dear boy." "But you'll have made yourself an old tyrant in that quarter considerably. Aren't you blushing, you hard-headed old monster?" "Don't know, I'm sure," said the Baron, scratching his nose as if that was where he expected to feel it. "I believe I have treated them badly, though, now I come to think about it." At this moment they reached the door of Bertha's chamber. The door opened of itself at their approach. "Come along," said the goblin. "You won't wake her. Now, old Flinty heart, look there." The sight that met the Baron's view was one that few fathers could behold without affectionate emotion. Under ordinary circumstances, however, the Baron would have not felt at all sentimental on the subject, but tonight something made him view things in quite a different light. I shouldn't like to make an affidavit of the fact. It is my positive impression that he sighed. Now, my dear reader, don't imagine I am going to indulge your impertinent curiosity with an elaborate description of the sacred details of a lady's sleeping apartment. You're not a fairy, you know, and I don't see that it can possibly matter to you whether fair Bertha's dainty little bottines were tidily placed on the chair by her bedside, or thrown carelessly as they had been taken off upon the hearthrug, where her favourite spaniel reposed, warming his nose in his sleep before the last smouldering embers of the decaying fire, or whether her crinoline, but if she did wear a crinoline, what can that possibly matter to you? All I shall tell you, that everything looked snug and comfortable, but somehow any place got that look when Bertha was in it. And now a word about the jewel in the casket. Let Bertha herself. Really, I'm at a loss to describe her. How do you look when you're asleep? Well, it wasn't like that, not a bit. Fancy a sweet girl's face, the cheek faintly flushed with a soft warm tint, like a blush in the heart of an opening rose, and made brighter by the contrast of the snowy pillar on which it rested. Dark silken hair curling and clustering lovingly over the tiniest of tiny ears, and the softest, whitest neck that ever mortal maiden was blessed with. Long silken eyelashes, fringing lids only less beautiful than the dear earnest eyes they cover. Fancy all this, and fancy too, if you can, the expression of perfect goodness and purity that lit up the sweet features of the slumbering maiden with a beauty almost angelic, and you will see what the Baron saw that night. Not quite all, however, for the Baron's vision paused not at the bedside before him, but had passed on from the face of the sleeping maiden to another face as lovely, that of the young wife, Bertha's mother, who had years before taken her angel beauty to the angels. The goblin spoke to the Baron's thought. Wonderful like her, is she not, Baron? The Baron slowly inclined his head. You made her happy, didn't you? The tone in which the goblin spoke was harsh and mocking. A faithful husband, tender and true, she must have been a happy wife, eh, Baron? The Baron's head had sunk upon his bosom. Old recollections were thronging into his awakened memory. Solemn vows to love and cherish, somewhat strangely kept. Memories of bitter words and savage oaths, showered at a quiet and uncomplaining figure without one word in reply. And at last the memory of a fit of drunken passion, and a hasty blow struck with a heavy hand, and then of 3 months of fading away, and last of her last prayer for her baby and him. A good husband makes a good father, Baron. No wonder you were somewhat chary of rashly entrusting to a suitor the happiness of a sweet flower like this. Poor girl! It is hard, though, that she must think no more of him she loves so dearly. See, she is weeping even in her dreams. But you have good reasons, no doubt. Young Carl is wild, perhaps, or drinks, or gambles, eh? What, none of these? Perhaps he is wayward and uncertain, and you fear that the honeyed words of courtship may turn to bitter sayings in matrimony? They do sometimes, eh, Baron? By all means guard her from such a fate as that. Poor tender flower! Or who knows, worse than that, Baron? Hard words break no bones, they say, but angry men are quick, and a blow is soon struck, eh? The goblin had drawn nearer and nearer, and laid his hand upon the Baron's arm, and the last words were literally hissed into his ears. The Baron's frame swayed to and fro under the violence of his emotion. At last, with a cry of agony, he dashed his hands upon his forehead. The veins were swollen up like thick cords, and his voice was almost inarticulate in its unnatural hoarseness. Tortures! Release me! Let me go! Let me go and do something to forget the past, or I shall go mad and die. He rushed out of the room and paced wildly down the corridor, the goblin following him. At last, as they came near the outer door of the castle, which opened of itself as they reached it, the spirit spoke. "This way, Baron, this way. I told you there was work for us to do before morning, you know." "Work?" exclaimed the Baron, absently pressing his fingers through his tangled hair. Oh, yes, work. The harder the better. Anything to make me forget." The two stepped out into the courtyard, and the Baron shivered, though, as it seemed unconsciously, at the breath of the frosty midnight air. The snow lay deep on the ground, and the Baron's heavy boots sank into it with a crisp, crunching sound at every tread. He was bareheaded, but seemed unconscious of the fact, and tramped on as if utterly indifferent to anything but his own thoughts. At last, as a blast of the night wind, keener than ordinary, swept over him, he seemed for the first time to feel the chill. His teeth chattered, and he muttered, "Cold, very cold." "Ay, Baron," said the Goblin, "it is cold even to us, who are healthy and strong and warmed with wine. Colder still, though, to those who are hungry and half naked and have to sleep on the snow." "Sleep? Snow?" said the Baron. "Who sleeps on the snow? Why, I wouldn't let my dogs be out on such a night as this." "Your dogs, no," said the Goblin. "I spoke of meaner animals, your wretched tenants. Did you not order yesterday that Wilhelm and Frederick, if they did not pay their rent tomorrow, should be turned out to sleep on the snow? A snug bed for the little ones, and a nice white coverlet, eh? Ha! 20 florins or so is no great matter, is it? I'm afraid their chance is small. Nevertheless, come and see." The Baron hung his head. A few minutes brought him to the first of the poor dwellings, which they entered noiselessly. The fireless grate, the carpetless floor, the broken window panes, all gave sufficient testimony to the wanton misery of the occupants. In one corner lay sleeping a man, a woman, and 3 children, and nestling to each other for the warmth which their ragged coverlet could afford. In the man, the Baron recognized his tenant Wilhelm, one of those who had been with him to beg for indulgence on the previous day. The keen features and bones almost starting through the pallid skin showed how heavily the hand of hunger had been laid upon all. The cold night wind moaned and whistled through the many floors of the ill-glazed, ill-thatched tenement, and rustled over the sleepers, who shivered even in their sleep. "Ah, Baron," said the Goblin, "death is breathing in their faces even now, you see. It is hardly worth while to lay them to sleep in the snow, is it? They would sleep a little sounder, that's all." The Baron shuddered, and then, hastily pulling the warm coat from his own shoulders, he spread it over the sleepers. "Oh," said the Goblin, "bravely done, Baron. By all means keep them warm tonight. They enjoy the snow more tomorrow, you know." Strange to say, the Baron, instead of feeling chilled when he had removed his coat, felt a strange glow of warmth spread from the region of the heart over his entire frame. The Goblin's continual allusions to his former intention, which he had by this time totally relinquished, hurt him, and he said rather pathetically, "Don't talk of that again, good Goblin. I'd rather sleep on the snow myself." "Eh, what?" said the Goblin. "You don't mean to say you're sorry? Then what do you say to making these poor people feel comfortable?" "With all my heart," said the Baron, "if we only had anything to do it with." "You leave that to me," said the Goblin. "Your brother fairies are not far off, you may be sure." As he spoke, he clapped his hands thrice, and before the third clap had died away, the poor cottage was swarming with tiny figures, who the Baron rightly conjectured to be the fairies himself. Now you may not be aware, the Baron was not until that night, that there are among the fairies trades and professions, just as with ordinary mortals. However, they there were, each with the accompaniments of his or her particular business, and to it they went manfully. A fairy glazier put in new panes to the shuttered windows, fairy carpenters replaced the doors upon their hinges, and fairy painters, with inconceivable celerity, made cupboards and closets as fresh as paint could make them. One fairy housemaid laid and lit a roaring fire, while another dusted and rubbed chairs and tables to a miraculous degree of brightness. A fairy butler uncorked bottles of fairy wine, and a fairy cook laid out a repast of most tempting appearance. The Baron, hearing a tapping above him, cast his eyes upward, and beheld the fairy Slater rapidly repairing a hole in the roof. And when he had bent them down again, they fell upon a fairy doctor, mixing a cordial for the sleepers. Nay, there was even a fairy parson, who, not having any present employment, contented himself with rubbing his hands and looking pleasant, probably waiting till somebody might want to be christened or married. Every trade, every profession or occupation appeared, without exception, to be represented. Nay, we beg pardon, with one exception only, for the Baron used to say, when afterward relating his experience to bachelor friends, "You may believe it me or not, sir, there was every mortal business under the sun, but deil a bit of a lawyer." The Baron could not long remain inactive. He was rapidly seized with a violent desire to do something to help, which manifested itself in insane attempts to assist everybody at once. At last, having taken all the skin off his knuckles in attempting to hammer in nails in aid of the carpenter, and then nearly tumbling over a fairy housemaid whose broom he was offering to carry, he gave it up as a bad job and stood aside with his friend the goblin. He was just about to inquire how it was that the poor occupants of the house were not awakened by so much din, when a fairy Sam Slick, who had been examining the cottager's old clock with a view to a thorough repair, touched some spring within it, and it made the usual purr preparatory to striking. When, lo and behold, at the very first stroke, cottage, goblin, fairies, and all disappeared into utter darkness, and the Baron found himself in his turret chamber, rubbing his toe, which he had just hit with considerable force against the fender. As he was only in his slippers, the concussion was unpleasant, and the Baron rubbed his toe for a good while. After he had finished with his toe, he rubbed his nose, and finally, with a countenance of deep deflection, scratched the bump of something or other at the top of his head. The old clock on the stairs was striking 3, and the fire had gone out. The Baron reflected for a short time longer, and finally decided he had better go to bed, which he did accordingly. The morning dawned upon the very ideal, as far as weather was concerned, of a Christmas day. A bright winter sun shone out just vividly enough to make everything look genial and pleasant, and yet not with sufficient warmth to mar the pure, unbroken surface of the crisp white snow, which lay like a never-ending white lawn upon the ground, and glittered in myriad silver flakes upon the leaves of the sturdy evergreens. I'm afraid the Baron had not had a very good night. At any rate, I know he was wide awake at an hour long before his usual time of rising. He lay first on one side and then on the other, and then, by way of variety, turned on his back, with his magenta nose pointing perpendicularly towards the ceiling, but it was all of no use. Do what he couldn't go to sleep, and at last, not long after daybreak, he tumbled out of bed and proceeded to dress. Even after he was out of bed, his fidgetiness continued. It did not strike him until after he had got one boot on that it would have been a more natural proceeding to put his stockings on first, after which he caught himself in the act of trying to put his trousers on over his head. In a word, the Baron's mind was evidently preoccupied. His whole air was that of a man who felt a strong impulse to do something or other, but could not quite make his mind up to do it. At last, however, the good impulse conquered, and this wicked old Baron, in the stillness of the calm, bright Christmas morning, went down upon his knees and prayed. Stiff were his knees and slow his tongue, for neither had done such work for many a long day past, but I have read in the book of the joy of angels over a repenting sinner. There need not be much eloquence to pray the publican's prayer, and who shall say that there was gladness in heaven that Christmas morning? The Baron's appearance downstairs at such an early hour occasioned quite a commotion. Nor were the domestics reassured when the Baron ordered a bullock to be killed and jointed instantly, and all the available provisions in the larder, including sausage, to be packed up in baskets with a good store of his own peculiar wine. One ancient retainer was heard to declare with much pathos that he feared master had gone insane. However, insane or not, they knew the Baron must be obeyed, and in an exceedingly short space of time he sallied forth, accompanied by 3 servants carrying the baskets, and wondering what in the name of fortune their master would do next. He stopped at the cottage of Wilhelm, which he had visited with a goblin on the previous night. The labours of the fairies did not seem to have produced much lasting benefit, for the appearance of everything round was as wretched as could be. The poor family thought that the Baron had come himself to turn them out of house and home, and the children huddled up timidly to their mother for protection, while their father attempted some words of entreaty for mercy. The pale, pinched features of the group and their looks of dread and wretchedness were too much for the Baron. Eh? What do you mean, confound you? Turn you out? Of course not. I brought you some breakfast. Here, Fritz, Karl, where are the knaves? Now then, unpack, and don't let a week about it. Can't you see that the people are hungry, you villains? Here, lend me the corkscrew. The last being a tool the Baron was tolerably accustomed to, he had better success than with those of the fairy carpenters, and it was not long before the poor tenants were seated before a roaring fire and doing justice, with the appetite of starvation, to a substantial breakfast. The Baron felt a queer sensation in his throat at the sight of the poor people's enjoyment, and had passed the back of his hand twice across his eyes when he thought no one was looking. But his emotion fairly rose to boiling when the poor father Wilhelm, with tears in his eyes and about a quarter of a pound of beef in his mouth, sprang up from the table and flung himself at the Baron's knees, invoking blessings on him for his goodness. "Get up, you audacious scoundrel!" roared the Baron. "What the deuce do you mean by such conduct, eh? Confound you!" At this moment the door opened, and in walked Mynheer Klutz, who had heard nothing of the Baron's change of intentions, and who, seeing Wilhelm at the Baron's feet, and hearing the latter speaking, as he thought, in an angry tone, at once jumped to the conclusion that Wilhelm was entreating for a longer indulgence. He rushed at the unfortunate man and collared him. "Not if we know it," exclaimed he. "You'll have the wolves for bedfellows tonight, I reckon. Come along, my fine fellow." As he spoke, he turned his back toward the Baron, with the intention of dragging his victim to the door. The Baron's little grey eyes twinkled, and his whole frame quivered with suppressed emotion, which, after a lapse of a moment, vented itself in a kick, and such a kick! Not one of your Varsovia flourishes, but a kick that employed every muscle from hip to toe, and drove the worthy steward up against the door like a ball from a catapult. Misfortunes never come singly, and so Mynheer Klutz found with regard to the kick, for it was followed without loss of time by several dozen others, as like as it were possible, from the Baron's heavy boots. Wounded lions proverbially come badly off, and Fritz and Karl, who had suffered from many an act of petty tyranny on the part of the steward, thought they could not do better than follow their master's example, which they did to such good purpose that when the unfortunate Klutz did escape from the cottage at last, I don't believe he could have had any os sacrum left. After having executed this little act of poetic justice, the Baron and his servants visited the other cottages, in all of which they were received with dread and dismissed with blessings. Having completed his tour of charity, the Baron returned home to breakfast, feeling more really contented than he had done for many a long year. He found Bertha, who had not risen when he started, in a considerable state of anxiety as to what he could possibly have been doing. In answer to her inquiries, he told her, with a roughness he was far from feeling, to mind her own affairs. The gentle eyes filled with tears at the harshness of the reply, perceiving which, the Baron was beyond measure distressed, and chucked her under the chin in what was meant to be a very conciliatory manner. What, my pretty tears? No, surely, Bertha must forgive her old father. I didn't mean it, you know, my pet, and yet, on second thoughts, yes, I did too. Bertha's face was overcast again. My little girl thinks she has no business anywhere, eh? Is that it? Well, then, my pet, supposing you make it your business to write a note to young Karl von Sempak, and say I'm afraid I was rather rude to him yesterday, but if he'll overlook it and come take a snug family dinner and a slice of pudding with us today—" "Why, Pa, you don't mean—" "Yes, I really do believe you do." The Baron's eyes were winking 19 to the dozen. "Why, you dear, dear old Pa!" And at the imminent risk of upsetting the breakfast table, Bertha rushed at the Baron and, flinging two soft white arms about his neck, kissed him. Oh, how she did kiss him! I shouldn't have thought myself she could possibly have any left for Carl, but I dare say Bertha attended his interests in that respect somehow. Well, Carl came to dinner, and the Baron was, not very many years after, promoted to the dignity of a grandpapa, and a very jolly old grandpapa he made. Is that all you wanted to know? About Klutz? Well, Klutz got over the kicking, but he was dismissed from the Baron's service, and on examination of his accounts it was discovered that he had been in the habit of robbing the Baron of nearly 1/3 of his yearly income, which he had to refund. And with the money he was thus compelled to disgorge, the Baron built new cottages for his tenants and new stocked their farms. Nor was he poorer in the end, for his tenants worked with the energy of gratitude, and he was soon many times richer than when the Goblin visited him on that Christmas Eve. And was the Goblin ever explained? Certainly not. How dare you have the impertinence to suggest such a thing? An empty bottle, covered with cobwebs, was found the next morning in the turret chamber, which the Baron at first imagined must be the bottle from which the Goblin had produced his magic wine. But as it was found on examination to be labelled Old Jamaica Rum, of course they could not have had anything to do with it. However it was, the Baron never thoroughly enjoyed any other wine after it, and as he did not thenceforth get intoxicated, on an average more than 2 nights a week, or swear more than 8 oaths a day, I think King Christmas may be considered to have thoroughly reformed him. And he always maintained, to the day of his death, that he was changed into a fairy, and became exceedingly angry if contradicted. Who doesn't believe in fairies after this? I only hope King Christmas may make a few more good fairies this year, to brighten the homes of the poor with the light of Christmas charity. Truly, we need not look far for almsmen. Cold and hunger, disease and death are around us at all times, but at no time do they press more heavily on the poor than at this jovial Christmas season. Shall we shut out in our mirth and jollity the cry of the hungry poor, or shall we not rather remember, in the midst of our happy family circles, round our well-filled tables and before our blazing fires, that our brothers are starving out in the cold, and that the Christmas song of the angels was "Good will to men"? End of Christmas with the Baron by Angelo J. Lewis.